Hello everyone and welcome to another video of Slow Damage Ray's playthrough. Yes, I need to specify that. So we have finished my first playthrough, first blind playthrough. And now we're going to be going through it again, but doing Ray, the person who I wanted in the first place. But we ended up with Taku. And wow, his was something. Wow. Alright. And after we cleared one, we now have this, which is different from, when we first started the game. I also did, go ahead, look at the storage, the bonus content here. Apparently you can also look at these. Oh fuck, I probably should have clicked on them. But, I mean, as long as I don't click on them, nothing will show, but basically you can, like, relive some of the moments, actually. Dang it. Yeah. So that's something you can do. And also, there are some variations in, like, some of the CGs that I didn't get for Asakura and Ikuina. I did not know that. I will say that. Don't know how I'm supposed to get them, but it is what it is. Alright. So, we're now on chapter 2. It is called Brother. I have no idea what's in it. So let's find out. Wait, is this the right one? I really hope so. Just the backlog. Yep, this is the right one. Just making sure. Alright. I was craving booze, so I pulled on my coat and left the clinic. I had some bottles at my place, but I wanted a change of pace, so I headed to Roost. This was my first step outdoors in weeks, and my legs were sluggish. Cold night air nipped at my face, and it felt good. During the day, the warm air hung low over the city. The nights were always crisp. As I approached the downtown area, the traffic began to increase. The city was decked out in Christmas decorations, and classic songs played over the loudspeakers. Everyone who walked by was all smiles and laughter. The Christmas spirit at work, I guess. Then I spotted a kid clinging to a store display window, tugging on his mom's hand and begging for something. I pointed to a big teddy bear sitting on the windowsill. I mean, not that I have anything against this, but like, why not another toy? Like, maybe, like, why not a train? Or a doll? Or whatever kids used to play with back in the day and before iPads and shit. you know, why is it always a teddy bear? The sight made me avert my eye. For whatever reason, I didn't feel comfortable about it. Aside from the cold weather, I hated the month of December. I didn't explain why, but it repulsed me. As I hastened my pace, I noticed someone curled up in a ball in a narrow side alley. I couldn't tell if they were alive, but given the season, it wouldn't surprise me if they were dead. For most people, particularly those who lived on the mainland, Christmas was a time of love and hope and joy. In Shinko Umi, it was different. Each year, as the temperature got steadily colder and colder, deaths among the homeless population began to skyrocket. But Shinkoumi didn't care about the unidentified corpses. They had worse crimes to be dealing with. Fortunately, this city was originally built on a landfill, so there was no shortage of places to dump a body. These days, a lot of them were dumped in District A, in the sea of debris caused by sinkholes. This kind of thing was always on the news, but it was so normalized by this point that nobody cared anymore. Sure, everyone was probably scared at first, but after you lived in it for a while, you would inevitably adapt. In Shinkumi, you could step over a corpse and not even notice. It's basically some of the same stuff that was said in Taku's route. Arriving at Roost, I opened the door and walked in.
いらっしゃいってとは
Huh? As soon as Ray realized it was me, his customer service smile shifted into concern.
大丈夫
You know, sometimes when I see them ask if Toa is okay, I just sit there and wonder. Does it ever sit there and occur to them that, you know, you've known Toa this long, bro doesn't really eat, all he does is smoke and drink booze. I don't think that's okay. I don't think Toa's ever okay.
ああ
Oh yeah, apparently I was missing a variation of this CG as well. Yeah, not entirely sure what I'm missing, but we will find out. I headed to the counter and sat down.
いらっしゃいとわくん
Oh yeah, this also has a user's manual, and apparently the manual has like the full bodies of all the characters. I'm like, ooh. Honestly, Toa's fit. I really like it. It's something I'd personally wear myself, actually. I could probably like put up a picture of it somewhere in this video. Maybe here, I guess. Yeah, I really liked it. The manager called out to me from behind the counter.
久しぶりだね何にするウイスキーロックで
With a nod, he fetched a glass and a bottle of whiskey. While I waited for my drink, I lit a cigarette. Exhaling lightly, I shot a glance around the bar. Among all the regulars in attendance, I spotted a single unfamiliar face sitting at the very end of the counter. Asakura? No, I'm kidding. Asakura is tied to Taku, not Ray. Before I could get a better look, Ray walked over. There weren't many customers today, so he was probably bored.
もう出歩いても平気なのああ
Then my glass of whiskey arrived.
本当にっていうかちゃんとご飯食べた
No.
ああ本当何食べた
Crisp Christmas air. It was obvious he didn't believe me for a second. The look on his face said he expected to catch me in a lie.
カレーパン
I pinched the cigarette between my fingers and took a sip of whiskey.
うーん
No, you have every right to be suspicious, Ray. I know for a fact he ain't eating nothing. He stared at me suspiciously. To escape his gaze, I turned and faced forward. There was a laugh behind the counter, and I looked over.
いやごめんごめんレイ君があまりにもトワ君を疑うから面白くて
I mean, if you've known Toa for as long as Ray probably has, especially Taku, yeah, you should definitely know when it comes to asking him about if he's eaten. 100% he probably hasn't. Okay, well, I'd say 99.9%, because there's always that 0.00.1% chance that he actually did eat.
だって店長も知ってるでしょとあったら絵を描いてるときは本当に飲まず食わずになっちゃうんだものでもトワ君うちのナッツ好きでしょまあ
Manager looked at me with an impish grin, so I played along. As far as snacks went, I like nuts a fair amount. He grabbed the tin of nuts off the shelf, poured some onto a little plate, and set it in front of me.
はい。今回の絵もとっても良かったよ。写真、もうブログに載ってるわよ。見た？いや、よかったらまた現物を持ってきてほしいな。店に飾りたいから。ああ。私が持ってくるわね。
I didn't care about my paintings after I finished them, so I shrugged and ate my nuts.
絵を描き上げた記念に、その一杯は私がおごるわ。
I'm sorry. I know they actually mean like the nuts, but yeah. Ray pointed to my glass and grinned mischievously.
一杯だけ？
I smirked back and he scowled.
一杯で十分でしょ、この酔っ払い。冗談だよ。
I grabbed my glass, toasted to Ray, and took a sip.
あれだ。トウは来てたの？最近見なかったわね。
そういえば久しぶり。
Oh, I was like, is it the Akasato Gumi guys? But no, seems like it's Arata, Junko, and Honami. I turned to find Ray's friends sitting at a table nearby, waving at me. Their names were Junko, Honami, and Arata. Junko worked primarily as a nurse at the clinic and occasionally took shifts here at Roost. The other two worked mainly at Roost while helping the clinic on the side like Ray. Oh. Okay. They were also Ray's deathmatch buddies. Arata? Really? There's no meat on those bones. I mean, okay, I know. Don't really judge a person by its cover. Arata may be stronger than they look, but... Sure? Are you sure? Sorry. But today, they were here as paying customers.
また絵を描いてたんでしょ？ブログ見たわよ。私も見たわ。今回もとっても素敵だったわね。
I nodded vaguely as they gushed amongst themselves, then took a drag of my cigarette.
絵が素敵なのはいいんだけど、どうすればトアがもっとご飯を食べるようになると思う？本当に最低限しか食べないのよ。
Ray muttered with a sigh.
そりゃだって見るからに食べないって感じするじゃない？っていうか今何か食べてなかった？ナッツ？ナッツ？やだ、トマって意外と意識高い系。モデルがよく食べてるわよね。
トアとモデルが一緒とか絶対ないでしょ。
ないない、やだ。
Ray's got some good friends. For sure. I ignored their blissfully ignorant conversation and sipped my whiskey.
そうだレイ、今度腕に光る角をつけたいんだけど、できる？
いいわよ。
さすがボディアーティスト。いつもありがとね。
どういたしまして。希望の色とか形とか、他にも何かあったらまとめておいてね。あとは都合のいい日を教えて。
Oh yeah, I almost forgot that he's a body artist. Yeah.
オッケー。光る角ってちょっと面白そうね。私もこの間、両手の小指の爪をマグネットネイルにしたんだけど、光り物も興味あるわ。マグネットネイルって爪を磁石にして何かいいことあるの？砂に指突っ込むと砂鉄が集まるわよ。何よそれ、意味あるの？
レイ、私スカリフィケーションをやってみたいんだけど、 お願いできるかな。
Part of me thought it said sacrification. I'm like, what?
いいわよ。どこに入れたいの？
鎖骨の下とか。
あら、じゃあネックレスみたいに綺麗な模様にするのはどうかしら。何か希望があったら教えてね。
うん。
新たがスカリフィケーションをしたがるなんてちょっと意外ね。
You know what? Let me look that up real quick. Real quick. Scarification. What is scarification? Scarification is a permanent body modification that involves cutting, burning, or branding the skin to create a design. Ah. Okay. And it says it takes roughly 6 to 12 months to heal. Oh, but if you're getting it on your collarbone, it's gonna be exposed a lot, isn't it? Means you're gonna have to keep it covered a lot. Okay. The more you know.
そう？
そうね。ボディアートには興味ないのかと思ってたわ。
ただのタトゥーじゃつまらないから、どうせなら思いっきりやってみようかなって。
You don't have to go big or go home. You don't have to.
いいじゃない。そういうの、私は好きよ。
I mean, isn't that why you're friends? I mean, obviously for other reasons. But...
ねえ、トワはやらないの？ボディアート。
The topic of conversation shifted to me, and I looked over my shoulder at them.
興味ない。トワの体はもう十分アートみたいなものじゃない。
Oh, he is! I'm telling you, if you look everywhere on his body, there's a scar somewhere.
確かにそうよね。傷跡だらけの体って一種の芸術だと思うわ、私。
トワっていつからそんな体なの？
A very good question.
覚えてない。
Of course.
そもそも、トワっていくつだっけ？
Is he like 27?
多分
Close.
26。
Close enough. Close enough.
あら、一番下の妹と同い年だ。
あんた何人兄弟なのよ。
One. His little sister, who we have no idea where she is. She may be dead.
3人よ。私が一番上。
Oh! They were asking Junko. Oh, I was like, sure, Toa only has like one sister.
とわって兄弟いるの？
Oh, there we go. There it is. Ray sucked in a breath. I turned back to the counter and exhaled a cloud of cigarette smoke.
妹がいる。
そうなんだ。妹さんはどうしてるの？
Hell if he knows. He barely remembers his family as it is.
俺がガキの頃に病死した。
There we go. Never mind. Now we know where she is. Rest her soul. The instant I answered, the chair evaporated from the table, and they all fell silent.
無神経なこと聞いちゃって。ごめんね。
I feel like with things like this, it's sort of like impossible to really know unless you ask, which is why like I don't like feel too harshly about it when people like do stuff like this, because it's like, again, they don't know. I mean, it's like, yeah, be like, oh, they shouldn't have asked in the first place, but it's, again, it's like they don't know. How are they supposed to know that that particular family member that they're asking about has already passed on? If they're like literally just getting to know stuff.
別に気にしてない。
But the awkward tension remained.
ほらほら、 本人も気にしないって言ってるし。ね。
Ray exclaimed in a tone of forced cheer, looking around the table at everyone. I told Ray about my sister at some point in the past. My memories of my family were really fuzzy, so all I remembered was that I was sad when she died. I mean, I'd be more surprised if you weren't sad when she died. I mean, Kurt and Till would probably be like, damn, and move on, but again, he was a kid when it happened, so obviously he's gonna feel more about it. These days, she almost felt like a stranger.
みんな暗くならないで飲んで飲んで。もう年末なんだし、悲しい気分は飲んで忘れなきゃ。
そうね、飲みましょう。もうすぐクリスマスパーティーもあるし、浮かれながら新年まで突っ走るのよ。
新たもね。
Arata seemed to feel guilty for making everything awkward. They smiled stiffly and nodded. From there, Ray casually changed the subject to something else, and the table regained its energy. As I sipped my drink, I glanced over at the other end of the counter. But the unfamiliar visitor I spotted earlier had already left. And then I made eye contact with the manager behind the counter. He shot a pointed glance over at Ray's table, then grinned and shrugged. I nodded in response, then downed the rest of my drink. Alright, so what's the topic of this time? Bodies on the streets. We know that. Dark side of Christmas. Increase of debtors who die fleeing Shingolumi. Okay. Not really much I can glaze from that. Is it gonna be about debtors? After I had a little too much to drink at Roost, I headed back to the clinic. The bar was usually open until 5 a.m., but since there weren't many customers, they opted to close early, which makes sense. My goodness. As I walked through the front door, walked in through the front door, I found Taku sitting in the waiting room and drinking a can of coffee.
おう、おかえり。どうだ、体の調子は。
Where did I put it? Where did I put it? I stay losing things.
平気。そうか。一応、怪我の具合だけ見せてくれ。
But he was referring to the injuries I sustained during Ikuina's euphoric episode, which weren't fully healed. The two of us entered the exam room, where I pulled off my shirt and hopped up onto the exam table. Taku stooped down, scrutinized each laceration, and they began treatment.
順調だな。痛みは？
痛いっていうより痛がゆい。
治ってきてる証拠だな。もしまた痛みが出るようなら言えよ。
I'm telling you, I would have been scratching at them things like crazy. Like, that's a bit of a problem I have. Like whenever I have like at least when I notice it, that is, I get like plenty of like random cuts. I would say most of them is because of like I probably like hurt myself in my sleep or something. But yeah, when I do notice like my wounds, injuries, or whatever you want to call them. And like they start itching. It's like I really want to scratch it so bad. I hate it.
あ
Moved away from the exam table. I sat up and started to get dressed. But just then, I heard the front door fly open with a bang.
なんだ
Taco promptly walked out into the hall. Likewise, I hopped off the exam table and followed after him. Back in the waiting room, we found Ray with a man's arm slung over his shoulders.
レイその人はどうしたんだ
帰る途中で拾っちゃった。
He smiled stiffly.
大怪我してるみたいだったからどうしても無視できなくて。
Man's clothes were ragged, and he was bleeding all over.
とりあえず診察室へ連れて行け
わかったわ。とは手伝ってくれるって。
As soon as Ray laid eyes on me, he scowled dubiously.
あんたなんで上脱いでるの？
怪我の診察
As I spoke, I walked over to him. Human bodies, guys in particular, could be pretty heavy when their owner wasn't pulling any of the weight. It took a lot of strength to carry a grown man. I grabbed the guy's other arm and put it around my shoulders. I just slept home. Then, matching my pace with Ray's, I helped him get the guy to the exam room. Unfortunately, the man was conscious. After examining him, we took him to the medical ward where Taco performed first aid. The guy had no birth certificate and no insurance, but this wasn't uncommon here in Shinkogumi. Thus, most of the hospitals were willing to accept uninsured patients, and our clinic was no exception. The man named Mizuno? Yeah, Mizuno. Told us he was jumped by a group of guys who beat him senseless. Ray had found him collapsed on the sidewalk while walking home from a roost. Since Ray looked like he had everything under control, I leaned back against the wall and watched from a distance. Is your shirt on? That's what I want to know right now. Did you finally put your shirt back on? Please. Mizuno's smoke was a pale forest green. Nothing special in terms of color. Normally, I'd never even give him a passing glance.
処置はこれで終わりですがもし具合が悪いようなら休んでいってもいいですよ
いえ、家に帰ります。
わかりました一応薬を出しておきますねどこか痛むとか何か気になることがあったらまたいつでも来てください
はい。
He nodded meekly.
発見した時は死んでるのかと思ってびっくりしたけど、なんとかなってよかったわ。
あの時は正直死を覚悟してました。ありがとうございました。
レイって呼んでちょうだい。
はい、レイさん。
He bowed politely, then looked over at me. His eyes widened. You still didn't put your shirt back on, boy! Philip, why are you like this? His eyes widened in response to my innumerable scars, or simply because I was underdressed. Wasn't sure.
あ、そいつはトアね。この病院の極潰しよ。
Listen, nobody's asking you to take care of me.
働いてるけど
遅刻と欠勤の常習犯じゃない。 ていうか服着なさいよ。水野さんが引いてるでしょ。
ああ、いえ、そんなことは。
おいおい、患者さんの前で喧嘩はやめてくれよ。
Yes, Dad. At this, Mizuno started to shake his head, but winced.
あ俺のことは気にせず。
しばらくはちょっとした振動でも怪我に響いちゃうから気をつけてね。
はい。お笑い番組はしばらく見ない方が良さそうですね。
His lips twisted halfway into a smile. As far as he could get with his injuries.
帰りは一人で大丈夫？
はい。骨も折れてなかったし、なんとか帰れると思います。
As he slowly lowered himself off the exam table, Ray rushed in to help.
それじゃ、本当にありがとうございました。お会計は。
こっちよ。
He helped the door open, and Mizuno tottered after him.
気をつけてな。
ありがとうございました。
Mizuno briefly inclined his head in Taku's direction, glanced at me, then left the room.
暴行ね
Taku folded his arms and sighed quietly.
え。最近集団リンチみたいなのが流行ってるらしいな。
そんなの前からいくらでもあっただろ。
Noah, put on a shirt.
いや、
How are you not
噂じゃ
gold?
同じグループが繰り返し犯行を重ねてるらしい。集団で一人を襲って寄ってたかって暴行するんだそうだ。
あいつもその被害者ってことか。
確定はできんが可能性はゼロじゃない。まあ確かにこの町で暴力沙汰なんて珍しくもなんともないからな。実際のところはわからん。
He gave me a defeated shrug. Just then, Ray returned from handling Mizuno's bill.
水野さん、一人で大丈夫かしら。
大丈夫だろ
だといいんだけど。
He cupped his cheek in his hand and sighed.
う。何か気になるのか？
ん？水野さんってすごくいい人そうじゃない？だから新公民にいたらいろいろと危険が多そうだなって。
いくら治安が悪いと言われていても観光客は相変わらず来るし、若者だって増えてはいるからな。
そうね。
He nodded, though he didn't seem fully convinced. Then he remembered something and frowned.
ところでタク、ちょっと気になったんだけど。
Oh, jeez.
診察室の机の上、あまりにも汚すぎない？書類は適当に置いてあるし、ペンとかハサミとか散らばってるし。
ああ。
Taku rubbed the back of his neck with a wry grimace.
患者さんが見たら、何この先生って思われるわよ。
確かにそうだな。後で片付けておくよ。
Later's gonna come and he's not gonna do it.
不思議よね。タクってトアの部屋は定期的に片付けるくせに、どうして自分の机はほったらかしにするのかしら。
よくあるだろ。人のことは気になるけど自分には無頓着ってやつ。あれだ。
自分で言わないでよね。
Ray scoffed at Taku for a moment, but was interrupted by a sudden yawn. Hastily, he covered his mouth with one hand.
やだ、もう3時じゃない。そろそろ帰りましょう。
だな。お前も部屋に戻れよ。
Yes, Dad.
あ
I grabbed my shirt and coat off the floor and left the room. That was such a yes, Dad moment. The next day. I awoke right as the clinic's lunch break was coming to an end, then carried out my morning routine to the sound of TV chatter. I was scheduled to work that afternoon, So I actually woke up precisely on time for a change. As I washed my face in the bathroom, I overheard the robotic voice of the newscaster.
昨夜未明、男性が倒れていると新興未所へ通報があり、警察官が駆けつけたところ、男性は重傷で、複数の男たちから暴行を受けたと供述しており、
As my ears picked up on bits and pieces, Mizuno came to mind. According to Taku, there was some lynch mob going around committing crimes for the fun of it. But Shinko Umi saw dozens of similar cases on a daily basis. For all we knew, the culprits behind this news story could be entirely unrelated. I walked from the bathroom to the fridge, pulled out a bottle of booze, and had my breakfast for the day. The cold alcohol cleared the fog from my sleepy brain. After that, I got dressed and headed downstairs. Lunch break wasn't quite over yet, but Arimura was already seated behind the reception counter. Technically, he wasn't scheduled to work today. Clearly, he had expected me to miss my shift. Absolutely no faith in me whatsoever. Begrudgingly, he switched places with me. I mean, they all know you, Toa. You have to expect that at this point. Some of them are just gonna have no faith in you. Right as I was settling in to endure the coming hours of mind-numbing boredom, I heard loud footsteps from down the hall, and moments later, Ray came running into the waiting room. He leaned over the counter and spoke under his breath.
新たが運ばれてきたの。裏口の方に来てるから。
Panicked, he raced back down the hall. I had already taken care of all the patients in the waiting room, so I left the reception counter and headed to the medical ward. Inside, I found Arata lying on a bed while Taku performed first aid and Rei assisted him. Meanwhile, Igarashi was standing a short distance away, watching. Igarashi? What is he doing here?
あ、父さん。
What's Puppy Boy doing here? he smiled awkwardly and inclined his head in greeting.
俺が新さん見つけたんです。用事があって近道しようと路地に入ったら、新さんが倒れてて。
Oh my.
新さんがレイさんの友達ってことは知ってたんで、すぐに電話して、それでって感じです。
He shot a worried look at Arata, who lay there with their eyes closed, possibly unconscious. With those bruises and cuts on their androgynous face, I could scarcely recognize them.
応急の処置はしたが、内臓に損傷があるかもしれない。念のためにうちじゃなくてもっと大きい病院で見てもらった方がいいかもしれんな。
Once his work was done, Taku fixed Ray with a hard look.
高野口院へ連絡してみるわ。
頼む。
Of all people, it had to be Arata. Yeah, I hate it here. Why them? Why? Pursing his lips, Ray nodded and rushed out of the room.
昨日に引き続き今日もか。参ったな。
Taku sighed loudly and rubbed the back of his hand.
昨日も何かあったんすか？
集団で暴行されたっていう怪我人が運ばれてきたんだ。
マジっすか？それって。
Just then, the door flew open, interrupting him. At first, I figured it was Ray, so naturally, I was startled to see who it actually was.
迎えに来たぞ、五十嵐。
トワだ。イエーイ。
Hey, Mayu.
お邪魔します。
Honestly, I really like them. I really do actually like them. They're fun. I hope we get to see more of them in Ray's Route as well. Kotaro, Mayu, and Eiji all walked in.
なんだなんだ。でかいのが揃いも揃って。
Big ones. Saku squinted sternly at the surprise visitors.
でかいのはこの二人だけですけどね。って村瀬先生、すみません。
Does he mean like height wise? Does he mean like build wise? Like what do you mean? What do you mean that one?
五十嵐君となかなか連絡が取れなくて、ようやく繋がったと思ったらここにいるって聞いて、そしたら小太郎さんが迎えに行くって言い出しちゃって。
俺が行くって言ったら行くんだよ。なんか文句あるか？
いいえ。
んで五十嵐、道に人が落ちてたから拾っちゃった？
そうなんすよ。すっごい怪我してたから、こりゃほっといたらまずいなって思って。
Honestly, I would like a character sheet from Mayu because I want to see like all the different tattoos that he has.
徳でも積んでんのかてめえは。ほっときゃいいだろうが。
Yeah, I want to see all of them. Like, yeah, sure, you can see like some of them here. Wait, hold on. I forgot. I have a cursor. I don't even know if it shows on the screen, but see all of them here. And you do get a better look at the left side and underneath during that moment, but you don't really get to see like his legs or like his back in full. It just makes me wonder how many he actually has. Kotaro strode to the bed and leered down at Arata.
ああ、ずいぶんひどくやられたな。これ、あれだろ？今流行ってる暴行大好きグループだろ？
Okay.
流行ってる？
Saku squinted dubiously. That was when Ray walked in. He saw us all gathered there and grimaced.
さっき受付で電話してた時にあんたたちが入ってくるの見たけど、部屋が狭く感じるわね。
この部屋が実はすっごく小さいって可能性は？
ないわよ。
暴行グループの話、詳しく聞かせてくれ。
おう。
Kotaro nodded, then looked at Eiji.
僕ですか？まあいいですけど。最近集団リンチを暴行パーティーと称して人を襲って回ってるグループがいるんです。
Why?
喧嘩ならデスマッチエリアでやればいいのにって感じなんですけど、どうも一般人を狙うみたいで。
Why?
まさしく弱い者いじめってやつですよ。ネットじゃストレス溜まりまくりのハプレスチルドレンがやってるって結構話題になってます。
Why? I mean, sure, I mean, he did give a reason, like trying to vent stress, but like, why not just go to the deathmatch area?
暴行パーティーってのは、そのグループが発表でもしたのか？
ああ、それはですね、マニア向けの SNS がありまして、ブーストに似てるっていうか、いわゆる異常性欲者とか人の肉が食べたいとかそういう人たちが集まってるんですけど。
ルーストのコンセプトは大敗的な美よ。そこまでダイレクトじゃないわよ。
なるほど、一緒にしちゃってすみません。まあその SNS で少し前からずっと集団リンチを匂わせるような書き込みをしてるやつがいるんです。そいつが暴行パーティーって言葉を使ってて犯人の一人なんじゃないかって言われてます。たまに暴行の開催予告みたいなものも書き込まれるんです。今のところは全部嘘でしたけど。一応警察も動いてはいます。でもここ新興味ですし、これが本土の方だったらもっと騒ぎになってると思います。
Kind of like, oh yeah, we're looking into it, you know. Kind of like in theory, but in actuality, no.
まあ警察は置いておくとしても SNS の管理者が独自のサーバーを立てて運営してるみたいなんで特定も規制も難しいみたいです。
そいつらが新たをやったってこと？
可能性としては高いでしょうね。
その SNS 教えて。
Ray, calm down, honey. Calm down. I understand you're upset. But don't go getting yourself killed now. Ray leaned forward and stared at AG.
わかりました。後で送ります。
ありがとう。
五十嵐、もうお前はここにいなくたっていいんだろ？なら、とっとと行くぞ。
はい。
Bye, puppy boy.
お前、榊さんに締められるからな。覚悟しとけよ。
うっす。
Sid Grey. Igarashi slumped his shoulders, but Kotaro gave him a pat on the back.
それじゃあね。ほいじゃ。
Bye.
お邪魔しました。
And so the three stooges left with Igarashi in tow. Don't call them stooges. For a moment, all was quiet. Then Taku folded his arms and sighed.
暴行パーティーか。やっぱり昨日の水野さんも同じグループにやられたのかもな。
そうね。まだわからないけど。
まったく近頃の若者の考えてることは俺にはさっぱりだよ。
He sounds so old. Kids these days, I ain't got no clue what's going on in their little young minds. I mean, granted, Taku probably looked like this when Toa was a child. Maybe he's like in his 40s, 50s, I don't know. Cause like they said in Taku's room, he was essentially already a doctor by the time he took on Toa, basically. So, and I'm pretty sure it probably takes about the same amount of time in Japan to become like a licensed doctor and a pharmaceutical researcher. So, actually, I don't even know how long that takes, but I'm assuming it'll at least be like at least 10 years. Maybe, obviously, probably more. So, assuming he's like in his 20s by then, he probably wouldn't be done till like mid-late 30s.
でも、さっきのエイジの話、犯人を割り出すきっかけにはなりそうね。
まさか仕返しするつもりじゃないだろうな。
Don't do it.
しないわよ。これ以上の被害が出ないように、周りにも注意喚起しておきたいだけ。新たがこんなことになっちゃったんだもの。いつどこで誰がまた襲われるかわからないわ。
まあ、そりゃそうなんだわな。そういや、鷹の口の方はどうだった？
受け入れ可能だそうよ。救急車で搬送してもらいましょう。
Very quietly approached Arata as they slept.
思わぬ来客もあったから長引いたな。診察を再開しよう。とは、受付に戻ってくれ。
わかった。
Like, yeah, wait, Toa's been quiet this whole time. With a nod, I left the medical ward. Yeah, like, he didn't really interject at all. Wow. About an hour into the afternoon shift, Monami showed up. They told me they had to cancel their plans, so they wanted to work a shift instead. With Taka's blessing, I let them take over for me at the reception counter. Okay, so Hanami goes by they too. Gotcha. Do all of them go by they? This flexibility was a godsend for someone like me. Oh, please. Is it really that bad to work? Come on now. I went back to my apartment and switched on the TV. Then I flopped down on my back on the sofa and looked at my phone. Let's see. Well, you see, I bought several for the parts, but now I have an extra. Another ball. No, something different this time. I'll show you when it's finished. Chaos Zone. That's what it's called. I mean, nice to know that, he and Eiji often message each other. And actually, looks like they talked earlier in the day. Because, usually it's like a different day to like have the date and then the time. Wow, look at that. He regularly talks to them. I like that. Eiji had emailed me a link to the social media site he mentioned earlier. Ray was the one who asked for it, but I guess he figured he'd send it to me too. Violets, hunting, drugs, Gex. All about categories login. Trending. Can't really see what's trending. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of hard to read it. I lit a cigarette, took a drag, then tapped the link. The website was titled Chaos Zone. Once you created an account, you were permitted access to the main site. On the front page, I could see a list of trending threads about different topics. I tapped the thread at the top. This page was formatted like a message board, with comments and images posted one after another. Most of the thread was centered on edgy shit. Some posters had even uploaded photos and videos. As I was scrolling, I randomly spotted a video someone had filmed of a group fight. Out of pure curiosity, I hit the play button. Partway through, I paused the video. Unless I was seeing things. The victim's face looked a lot like Mizuno's. Squinting against the cigarette smoke streaming into my eye, I rewound the video and hit play. It really looked like Mizuno, but the video quality was too poor to be absolutely sure. A group of dudes in black were gathered in a circle around the Mizuno lookalike, kicking him around like a soccer ball. Really? At first someone was holding the camera, then they set it down and joined the fray themselves. At the end of the video, the group was punching each other. What? All I could hear was static, kicking, and someone breathing all mixed together. Then the video ended, so I replayed it. Why? And then I replayed it again and again. Joe, why? I tossed my phone down, sat up, and crushed my cigarette in the ashtray. I left it lying on the floor. I mean, that was a very awkward pause. I'm sorry. I thought there was a period there. Then I grabbed my sketch pad and a pencil off the coffee table and flipped to a blank page. The video I watched was replaying itself endlessly in my mind. To get it out of my system, I sketched countless dark lines over the white paper. Bit by bit, the tip of my pencil crafted the shape of a man. Then I added a close-up of his face twisted in pain. If it was just an assault video, I wouldn't have cared. But I had no interest in one-sided beatdowns against an unwilling opponent. That said, The video I saw was slightly different. One side filled the page a decent amount. My hand fell still. I looked over my drawings and tried to figure out what was unusual about the video I saw. Just then, my phone buzzed. I set my pad and pencil to the side and grabbed my phone. It was a message from Ray. Let's see. Reminds me, I put a little cheesecake in the fridge, so be sure to eat it. Feel like you should eat it instead. No thanks, I'm already full. It pairs well with alcohol, so I figured you like it. Eat before it goes bad, okay? I have a feeling he didn't eat it. I'm pretty sure he did not eat it. Wait, when did he get that for him, though? Maybe earlier today. Oh, right. At Takanokuchi. Wanna come? He must have climbed into the ambulance with Arata. Knowing him, he wouldn't message me unless he wanted to talk to me about something. Ah! I knew To would be that kind of person. You sit there, spill your guts, and he's like, okay. God. But I mean, he is capable of sending long messages. Well, not long messages, but decent messages. This is so on brand, it hurts. We're in room 306. I rose to my feet, got ready, and left the apartment. I'm so mad. As I approached the hospital building, I could see the fancy sign out front. I passed through the automatic doors and could have crossed the waiting room to the elevators. There, I rode up to the 3rd floor and tracked down room 306. It was a large multi-patient room with 4 beds curtained off from each other. The curtain around the leftmost bed was open. Ray was sitting there on a chair.
Toa.
He rose to his feet and shot a pointed look at the door. Apparently he wanted to step outside. I followed him out into the hall.
新たの具合はさっき少しだけ目を覚ましたんだけど、また眠ったわ。
I felt back to the tiny glimpse I'd gotten of Arata just now. Half of their face was covered in bandages, and their skin was as pale as a porcelain doll. Ray narrowed his eyes bitterly.
命に別状はないから、休んでいれば回復するそうよ。顔に傷跡が残らないといいんだけど。
Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. Nope. Nope. There are just some things I should not say. Just then my phone buzzed. I pulled it out of my pocket to find a message from Ikuina. In it, he expressed both his thanks and his regrets, but he didn't want to be too needy, so he was searching for other like-minded partners. Well, this is different, because he didn't get a message. In Taku's, he emailed him. Yeah. Yeah, we know this. I closed the message and slid my phone back into my coat pocket. Ray shot me a quizzical look.
イクイナからだ。イクイナさん。なんて書いてあったの？分かり合える相手を探してるって。そう。立ち直ろうとしてるのね。それならよかった。
But Ray sounded distracted.
トアからユーフォリアの報告が来るときは、こっちも覚悟を決められるのよ。何が起こるのか分かってるし。それでも心穏やかじゃないけど、 とわは言い出したら聞かないじゃない。でも急に通り魔的なものに身内が襲われたりするのは本当にどこへ感情を持っていけばいいのかわからなくなるわね。
He heaved his umpteenth sigh of the day.
そうだ、25日にやろうと思ってたお店のクリスマスパーティー中止にしようかと思ってたの。こんな時にやるのもどうかなって思って。でも新たにそのことを話したらやった方がいいって言われたのよ。ただでさえみんな気落ちしてるんだから盛り上げた方がいいって。だから今年もやるわ。
I had forgotten about the party until Ray sensed my awkward pause and scowled.
忘れてたでしょう。まあそうだろうとは思ってたから別に驚かないわよ。でも罰として火曜のお店の飾り付け手伝ったよね。罰？火曜は仕事休みでしょ。パーティーのためにいろいろと買い物にも行きたいし付き合ってよ。まあいいけど。
I wasn't enthusiastic about it. Trying to fight it would only make Ray even more pissy. Reluctantly, I nodded.
後で待ち合わせの時間と場所を連絡するわね。
His smile suggested he was feeling a bit better. Outwardly, Ray seemed like the happy-go-lucky type, but he was actually pretty sensitive and anxious. Maybe this incident was weighing on him more than he was letting on. I figured it couldn't hurt to humor him every now and then. And so I watched as he gazed at Arat through the open door. The day before the Ruse Christmas party, I had made plans to go shopping with Ray. But there was still time before we were due to meet up. Exploration, right? I crushed my cigarette in the ashtray, rose to my feet, and pulled on my coat. Hell yeah. Let's explore! Is there anybody at Haguita?
Door.
Oh, hey, Taco. Let's yap it up. What about?
Yeah.
Yay, I got some inspiration. Listen, Taku, I don't want to hear that from you, considering what happened in your route. Right? Right, I don't want to hear that from you. Oh, no, no, no. I did not know that's where we were going. Okay, so Coal Street is where we're going. Hachi!
トワさん、
Yeah? Wait, he wears a backpack? I guess in this one instance. A ghost monkey or a zombie cow?
これはですね。
ネガティブにないな。よし。
I mean, can't blame him. You consider a zombie cow and a ghost monkey badass? I don't know about that one, honey. Yeah, right. It's you, I guess.
Ah.
My dear. What's this? Right to the nightlife.
Yo.
Hey!
So ya.
Mm-hmm.
そうだ。
Probably not.
本当か?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he used to eat before he lost, like, his family and his eye. Yeah, because he said, like, once, like, he got into, like, that big fight where he lost his eye, ever since then, he's literally not giving a shit about himself. So, yeah, I'd probably say before then, he probably had food life.
Positive.
Oh.
Hey, be glad he at least told you black tea.
お前。
興味ない。
Alright. Bye-bye. It was good seeing you, as usual. Oh, jeez. Oh, it was only a matter of time.
あ そうだな。こわ。
Is Hinata? I need to know, who is this? Does he know Toa? Why does he have all this information? Are you related to Eiji? Like, I need these answered right now. Who are you?
Ara.
Oh, hey. What's up? Okay. Definitely did not. We definitely did not just jinx each other.
Yeah.
Classic Dilla.
あのね。
Oh no. Well. Well. I mean, you should know that taking out a loan in Shinko Umi is essentially like, well, what's the word? Guaranteeing your death. Like, this is not the mainland. You should know how the Takasato Gumi operates. The moment you take out a loan, you best like pay that back as soon as possible, otherwise you're pretty much dead. So like, I understand. It's sad. But okay. But the thing is, what do they even need the money for? That's the other question. Like, what did your friend need the loan for? A business? Trying to set up a business in Shinko Umi? It's ballsy. We'll say that. But like, it feels like to take out a loan to like buy food or something. Like, well, at that point, you should have just gotten a job or something. I know, it's not that easy to get a job, especially since it's Shinko Umi. But that would have been better than getting a loan and pretty much ensuring that you are going to die, no matter what you do.
Negatively.
そうね。ごめんね。
think I've been everywhere. Well, except the places that said that he has no business at. Alright. Like I said, I do feel bad for your friend. It's a difficult spot to be in, but... Pull my phone from my pocket. Almost time for a meetup. I lit a cigarette and took a long, deep drive. Surrounded by the city in all its holiday cheer, I contemplated what was in store for me and exhaled smoke. Merry Christmas! On our way back from shopping, I trudged along in defeat, my arms laden with big shopping bags.
欲しいものはだいたい揃ったわね。一人じゃ全部持てなかったし、トアがいてくれて助かったわ。
So you're using him as a pack mule? Damn. As he spoke, he checked the shopping list on his phone.
役に立ったなら何より。
I was pretty sure Ray was stronger than me since he was always competing in death matches. And yet, for some reason, he only carried a single small bag. According to him, he was helping me get some exercise for a change.
お腹も空いたし、ルーストに行こっか。まだ開店前だけど、今日は店長がいないから鍵を預かってるの。クリスマスパーティーは明日だし、早速飾り付けしなくちゃ。
He skipped past me on the sidewalk. With an exasperated sigh, I followed after him. Inside the empty bar, Ray made toast as a light snack. After we ate, it was time to decorate. We strung colorful Christmas lights all over the walls and shelves, then placed stacking miniature demon, fairy, and monster figurines all over the room.
ねえ、このファーどっちがいいと思う？黒と白。
I always pick black because black hides like stains better. He held them both up for me to see. Why does this feel like Merle went shopping with his girlfriend and was carrying all the bags? And she's asking, hey, which one do you think looks better on me? Black or white? This is what it feels like. Oh god. I slowly looked over at him.
どっちでも。
どっちでもはダメ。どっちか選んで。
黒。
You should have known he was gonna pick black. Look at what he's wearing!
適当に言ったでしょ。
And doesn't matter, you said to pick one.
当たり前だろ。
Right, you told me to pick one, so I picked black. Oh my god. If you want white, then just put white. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I completely understand, Toa. I'm so sorry. Pouting, he draped the black fur around the demon figurine's neck.
こういう飾り付けとかしてると、いろいろと凝りたくなっちゃわない？あれもこれもって盛りたくなっちゃうのよね。
Ray, do you remember who you're talking to? This man doesn't do anything other than smoke, sleep, drink booze, and art when he's really in the mood. It's literally all he does.
へえ、俺は別に。
でしょうね。知ってるわよ。トアはどうせ悪魔と天使の区別もついてないんでしょ。
悪魔は悪魔、天使は天使だろ。
そういうことじゃないから。
Oh my god, I love Toa. Oh, this man is funny. This man is funny. Just then, the door jingled, drowning out Ray's retort.
あら。あ、すみません。もしかしてまだ開店前ですか？
It was Mizuno, timidly peeking into the building.
誰かと思ったら水野さんじゃない。どうしてここへ？レイさんに助けていただいたお礼がしたくて、さっきクリニックへ行ったんです。けど、受付の人に今日は休みだって聞いて、どこへ行ったのか教えてほしいって言ったら、このお店にいるかもしれないって教えてもらって。
We're talking to Arimura.
受付の人って、ちょっと真面目そうな感じの子？はい。有村くんね。
Right? Even I knew it was Arimura. And I didn't even need like all the extra description.
でも、開店時間前だとは思いませんでした。すみません。
With a guilty look on his face, he bowed his head and started to back out.
ああ、待って。入ってらっしゃい。大丈夫よ。でも。
Wait. Hold on. Oh, okay. I was like, did I unmute? Okay.
店長は今いないけど、こういうことで怒ったりする人じゃないから。せっかく来たんだし、一杯くらい飲んでいってよ。おごるわ。開店前なのにいいんですか？ええ。どうぞ座って。それじゃあ、失礼します。
The Mizuno walked in and perched on a chair like a fretful little squirrel. Ray walked behind the counter and I plopped down next to Mizuno. He sat stiffly with his hands in his lap.
何飲む？って、まだ怪我が痛々しいわね。どう？具合は。
Ray frowned at him. The guy's face was still visibly bruised from the attack.
笑ったりすると引きつれて少し痛みますけど、だいぶ良くなりました。そう、よかった。お酒飲む？それとも今は飲まない方がいいかしら。お酒は飲めないので、ジンジャーエールを。
Wait, how old is he?
あら、
Right, because I think he looked young.
それじゃあ、こういうお店に入るのも初めて？
Granted. Whatever.
初めてではないですけど、自主的に入ろうとしたことはないで
On
す。
purpose.
なので、扉を開けるときは勇気がいりました。
What does that mean? Visiting a bar on purpose. And quick break. Three, 2, 1.
なんか可愛い。そんなに固まらないで。ゆっくりしてね。
Ray smiled affectionately as he poured ginger ale into a glass. Ginger ale sounds really good right now. I lit a cigarette and then looked at Mizuno from the side as I exhaled. His smoke was still a boring dull green.
はい。
Ray set the ginger ale on the counter in front of Mizuno, and handed me a glass of whiskey.
あんたはこれで文句ないでしょ。
さすが。
As I teased him, he scoffed in protest. With my cigarette in one hand, I picked up my drink with the other. But before I could take a sip, I noticed Mizuno looking in my direction. His gaze was intense.
何？
I sipped my drink, and he hastily averted his eyes.
すみません。
Maybe he was startled to see the scars normally concealed under the face mask I wore at work.
ねえ、水野さん。私の友達も水野さんと同じ集団に襲われたみたいで、水野さんがクリニックに来た後、すぐよ。
Mizuno's eyes widened in surprise.
え？そうなんですか？その方の容体は？
命に別状はないみたいだけど、暴行そのものを楽しむグループがいるんでしょ。そいつらなんじゃないかって。
暴行そのものを楽しむグループですか。
最近話題になってるみたい。水野さんを襲ったのもそいつらかもしれないわ。
Mizuno paused to think, staring down at his glass.
もしよかったら襲われた時のことを話してもらえないかしら。犯人たちについて何か見たことや聞いたことがあれば教えてほしいの。
それは。
He faltered and bit his lip.
やっぱりまだ思い出すのは辛い。
そうですね。すみません。
He glanced at Ray, then hugged his head guiltily.
いいのよ、気にしないで。私こそごめんね。
いえ、力になれなくてすみません。レイさんの友達も襲われたのに、悔しくて辛い気持ちはすごくよくわかります。
水野さん。
Touched, Ray gazed back at Mizuno.
例えばね、デスマッチエリアで怪我をしたとか、誰かの恨みを買って狙われたっていうなら、まだ事情を飲み込めるんだけど。でも、私の友達も水野さんもそうじゃないでしょ。身に覚えがないのに一方的に虐げられるなんて、そんなのおかしいわ。間違ってる。だからできれば犯人を捕まえたい。これ以上被害者が増える前にって、そう思っちゃって。
レイさん、仕返しはしないんじゃなかったのか。
When I cut in, Ray scowled at me.
仕返しはしないつもりではあるわよ。でもできればこの手でぶん殴ってやりたいわ。
Ray's determination put a smile on Mizuno's face.
レイさんは強いんですね。僕、とてもそんな風に考えられなくて、今も。
His voice petered out before he could finish his sentence.
今も？
Mizuno hung his head in frustration for a while, then finally looked up.
僕、港央通りにあるクリシュナっていうカフェで働いてるんですけど。
We didn't ask, but go on.
あら、クリシュナって映画館の前にあるちょっとオリエンタルな感じのカフェでしょ？入ったことはないけど知ってるわよ。
本当ですか？僕そこで働いてて、お店での仕事は楽しいし、やりがいを感じてもいるんです。でも
His expression clouded over.
何かあるの？
一緒に働いてる人の中に、ちょっと、なんていうか、僕のことはあまりよく思ってない人がいて。
それって
いじめられてるってこと？だとは思いたくないんですけど、僕にだけ当たりがきつくて、仕事は好きだから辞めたくないんです。でもその人と同じシフトの日は正直気がめいっちゃって。そうなんだ。
Ray gazed at him sympathetically.
私はその気持ちわかるわ。小学校の頃いじめられてたことはあるから。そうなんですか？レイさんが？とてもそんな風には。自分で言うのもなんだけど、私子供の頃は女の子によく間違えられたのよ。確かに彫りが深いし、綺麗な顔立ちをされてますよね。
Damn, glazing him up like that. Damn. W glaze.
やだ、ありがとう。私のお母さんがイギリス人で、私は母親になの。そのせいなのか知らないけど、小学校の頃は同級生に女だっていじめられたのよ。いじめられたら逃げればいいとか、周りに相談すればいいとか言うけど、そんな簡単な話じゃないわよね。大人に相談したって、もう少し頑張ってみようなんて言われる時もあるし。
What does that mean? What do you mean? Try harder? What does that mean?
辛くて悲しくて、いつも恐怖で頭がいっぱいで、どうやったら逃げ出せるかなんてとても考えられない。追い詰められてる人間ってすごく視野が狭くなってるのよね。まさしく泥沼にはまるのよ。子供の頃の話だから、今の水野さんの話とは少し状況が違うけど、でもありがとうございます。
Oops.
そう言ってもらえるだけでも救われます。
Sorry, Ray. Mizuno smiled happily.
それでそのお店ではまだ働くつもりなの？はい、耐えられないほどじゃないし、その人とシフトが違う時は何もないから、もう少し頑張ってみようと思ってます。そう。でも無理はしないようにね。ありがとうございます。
He picked up his glass and took a sip of his ginger ale. As I observed his stiff, awkward body language, I could tell he was a prime target for a bully. Why would he come to Shinkoumi? Surely someone like him wasn't cut out for this town.
聞いてもいいですか？何かしら？
He looked over at a painting hanging on the wall beside the counter.
店に入った時から気になってたんですけど、この絵誰が描いたんですか？有名な作家さん？
At this, Ray smirked and shot me a pointed, sidelong glance.
それはね、ユーフォリアが書いたのよ。
ユーフォリア？
そう、気になる？
はい。今まで見たことのないタイプの絵ですごく興味を惹かれます。
だってさ、ユーフォリアさん。
え？
Grinning smugly, Ray turned to look at me. Startled, Mizuno followed suit. Without looking at either of them, I downed my whiskey and took a drag of my cigarette.
その絵っていうか、店内に飾られてる絵のいくつかはこいつが描いたのよ。
そうなんですか？
Mizuno looked at me wide-eyed.
ユーフォリアさん、すごいですね。
それは絵を描く時のペンネームで、通称はトワっていうの。
No, but not usually?
トワさん。
絵のモデルも常時募集中よ。お店のブログにも絵の画像が載ってるから、気になったらチェックしてみてね。
絵のモデル、なんだか面白そうですね。どんな風に描いてもらえるんだろう。想像もつかないです。
He definitely won't, because you're boring.
ですって。どう？
No. Ray turned the conversation to me. I crushed my cigarette butt in the ashtray, exhaled the last drag, and glanced at Mizuno. No.
気が向いたらな。
その気にならないと書いてくれないのよ。気まぐれだから。
そうなんですか。でも、もし機会があったら、よろしくお願いします。
Not unless you got a deep, dark desire up in there. He gave me a deep, overly formal bow. I had absolutely no interest in painting him. That said, no one had ever asked me so nicely before, and it put a smirk on my face. Rose said, "Not a chance." After some more small talk, Mizuno laughed. When the bar opened for business, Ray worked a shift as the manager. Meanwhile, I drank booze and watched him. Then I went home shortly before closing time. When I returned to my apartment, I switched on the TV, pulled my coat off, and flopped down on my back on the sofa. As I was finishing the cigarette I lit on the way here, my phone buzzed on my stomach. It was a message from Ray. Go look at the site page he linked to us. They posted some kind of warning message. Wait, hold on. Let me look up. It says, I've got a list of pretty much everything we need, but am I missing anything? Booze. Noah. It's a bar. We have booze. Oh yeah, they said we're almost out of candles. I better add that to the listing so maybe it's... He didn't even say. Oh god, it's like that Sailor Moon meme where Tuxedo Mask was like, my job here is done. And she's like, but you didn't do anything. And he just leaves. Oh god. God. I love that meme. I probably pulled up my bookmarks and navigated to the social media site. There was a thread bumped to the very front of the catalog, so I opened it. Party notice. The title of the post caught my eye, but that was the entire message. No date, no time, no location, no other details. Hard to say whether it was a real warning. Sure, it's not a prank. You think so? I'm not sure what to think. Oh yeah, I forgot. Tomorrow's a Christmas party. Or later today, I guess. But first, I want to go to Krishna. Maybe say hi to Mizuno. I forgot to invite him to the party. Damn, Ray be texting a mile a minute. Apparently Ray had really taken a liking to Mizuno. Maybe he felt he could relate to him on some level. You should come with me. Brother. No. Oh, dear God. I love Towa. I love him so much. Bro's really just like, why? He didn't even type out the full word. He'd be the type to type out why are you why are you like, why are you upset? You know, fun, why not? Actually, I keep thinking about what he said about the workplace bullying. Maybe we can get a first-hand look at the situation. Though, IDK, if the bully will even be there. Right, I had no interest in other people's personal relationships, but if I tried to say no, Ray would never let me hear that. Imagine allowing yourself to get bullied into going. Well, Toa, I didn't think you were that easy to bully. Or peer pressure. Same thing, though. Okay. Oh, God. This man. I bet he does the same exact thing to, Taco as well. I'll come pick you up at 1-ish. Once the conversation ended, I tossed my phone to the other end of the sofa. Then I rose into a sitting position, grabbed the bottle of booze off the floor, and took a swig. Exhaling slightly, I gazed at the dark walls flickering in the light of the TV. Ray treated everyone he met with kindness. Sometimes he could be overly protective of troubled individuals, Mizuno included. Judging from first impressions alone, Ray was a friendly, outgoing, caring person, but he still had skeletons in his closet. Granted, that was the first I ever heard of him being bullied, but I could easily guess that he had a dark past. First got to know him back when I was just starting to paint under the name Euphoria. Of course, I wasn't calling myself Euphoria back then. I didn't care what name I went by, so someone must have picked a name for me at random. I couldn't quite remember. Technically, we first met in middle school, or so he claimed, but we must have been in different classes because I didn't remember ever seeing him there. My memories of middle school were fuzzy, but unlike my early childhood, I could still vaguely remember things. Long story short, apparently Ray knew of me. Then a few years went by, and he reached out to me. Trying to recall the past made my head hurt, so I stopped thinking and shifted my gaze to the TV. Hell yeah. Not thinking is great. I'm not saying not to think on your day-to-day. Just, if you ever have a moment, just don't think. You feel so much better. Then I grabbed my cigarettes off the coffee table and lit one up. I took a deep drag and then exhaled slowly, trying to distract myself from the headache. Right, so Ray is apparently an old friend. The next day, I woke up just past noon, watched some TV while I had a smoke, then got dressed to meet up with Ray. Holy! Bro was like holding on for dear life. I mean, I always knew that Ray had a bike. He's like mentioned it quite a few times, but this is the first time we actually get to see it, guys. Wait, those? For a minute, I thought they were like cat ears or something. I'm like, he's got cat ears on his helmet. He arrived at my apartment a little past 1 p.m. From there, I caught a ride on his motorcycle to Coral Street. We came to a stop in the parking lot, hopped off, and started walking the rest of the way. Ooh, it looks fancy. Then Ray came to a stop in front of a movie theater and looked across the street.
あのお店よ。
Sandalwood? Does it say? Is it something shop? Oh, import shop. Oh. I didn't recognize it whatsoever. It was one of those hipster restaurants I didn't give a shit about. Nice window. Beside the door was a sign that read, Krishna.
行ってみましょう。
Together, we crossed the street and went in. The interior decor was reminiscent of a South Asian country, and the place smelled strongly of spices. Some kind of incense, maybe.
いらっしゃいま。あれ
A waiter spotted us and froze.
来てくれたんですね。
It was Mizuno, and he looked happy to see us. Isn't that the same kind of apron that Ikuino wore in his shop? What's with all the green aprons? What about a bit of color? I'm not saying it has to be like neon pink, but like maybe red?
水野さん、こんにちは。来ちゃった。まさか本当に来てくれるなんてびっくりしました。お店の場所は知ってたから行ってみようかなって思って。来てくれて嬉しいです。それじゃあ席へご案内しますね。タバコ吸われますよね。
He glanced at me and started walking. He escorted us into the smoking section to a table near the window. There, we were each given a glass of water, a warm towel for our hands, and a menu.
おすすめは？そうですね。お食事でしたら、ひよこ豆のカレーがおすすめです。あと、タピオカとココナッツミルクアイスの黒蜜きなこがけも美味しいですよ。
The coconut milk boba ice cream with black treacle and knuckle sprinkles. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do a whole lot of searching right now. Okay. First up, what is treacle? Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, treacle. It is a thick, sticky dark syrup made from refined sugar. Oh, so it's like molasses. Okay. That sounds good. Now, what was the other one? Hinako. What is kinako? Hinako is a Japanese ingredient made from roasted soybean flour. It is often used as a topping for mochi and other desserts. Okay, I gotcha. So those sound really good, actually. Like, I know you guys are gonna hate me for this, and like I've said this on stream like a few times before, but I do not like coconut flavored anything. Like, it's not like with strawberry, where like I'll eat like a strawberry flavored icy, strawberry yogurt, strawberry flavored candy, but I won't eat strawberry ice cream or drink strawberry milk. So yeah, it's not like that, where like I have specific things that I will eat or drink of a flavor. It's the same thing with mango too. I just cannot stand the taste. So, unfortunately, this coconut milk boba ice cream would be a miss for me. Chickpea curry would also be a miss for me, because I don't like chickpeas. Damn. His entire recommendation, I'd literally sit there and be like, yeah, not for me. Sorry, brother.
ココナッツミルクアイスに黒蜜きなこがけ？初めて聞いたわ。
Well, I don't think it's like a typical Japanese dessert.
最初は驚きますよね。でも食べてみると意外な美味しさがあるんです。
それじゃあカレーとそのアイスをお願いするわ。あとラッシーも。
Wait, let's see?
ありがとうございます。
So,
トワさんはどうされますか？
booze.
酒なら何でも。
Ray glared at me sharply.
あんたは本当にもう。
I mean, if you really want him to eat, you literally have to like force it down his throat. It's literally the only way you're gonna get him to eat. But I ignored him. Instead, I pulled out my lighter and cigarettes and set them on the table.
お酒ならインドビールはいかがですか？
IPA.
じゃあそれで。
あと軽くつまめるものがあったらそれもちょうだい。こいつ無理やりにでも食べさせないとお酒ばっかり飲んじゃうから。
No, he really will. That's
あ、
the
じゃ
crazy
あタンドリーチキンなんてどうでしょう？
Ooh. Hold on, let me look that up too. Tandoori chicken. Tandoori chicken. Let's see, Merit. Is it? Is it actually? Let's see. It's an Indian dish made with yogurt, spices, and roasted in a clay oven. Oh, really? Honestly, like just looking at all the pictures of it, it looks good. Yeah, the pictures make it look really good. Honestly, if I ever get a chance to try it, I would. Damn. I'm learning about a lot of new dishes today.
それでお願い。ありがとうございます。ひよこ豆のカレー、タンドリーチキン、タピオカとココナッツミルクアイス、ラッシー、インドビールでよろしいですか？うん。かしこまりました。少々お待ちください。待って。
Right as Mizuno bowed and turned to leave, Ray stopped him.
急なんだけど、今日の夜ね、うちの店でクリスマスパーティーがあるの。よかったら水野さんもどうかなって。今日の夜ですか。
He averted his gaze in contemplation, then frowned and looked back at us.
すみません。すごく行きたいんですけど、先約があって。そうなの？残念。でもそうよね。クリスマスだもの。当然よね。こっちが急に言い出したのが悪いから気にしないで。すみません。いいのよ。またいつでもお店に来てね。はい。
おい、何無駄話してんだよ。働けよ。
And just then, a sharp, angry voice cut through the air. We looked over to find another waiter glaring at Mizuno a short distance away. He was dark-haired and thin, with a dozen piercings in each ear. Under his apron, he was dressed in all black, bad posture and dark circles under his eyes.
すみません。
Mizuno answered hastily, and Ray whispered to him.
ねえ、もしかしてあいつがそう？そっか、あいつなんだ。
Mizuno fell silent, and Ray shot a calculating look at the angry coworker.
いかにもヤバそうな雰囲気ね。すみません。もう行きますね。
Flustered, he bowed to us and hurried off to the kitchen. I lit my cigarette and watched him go. Then Ray rested his chin on his elbow and sighed dramatically.
あんな見せかけだけのやつ、ちょっと脅せばビビってすぐ言うこと聞きそうだけどね。
ほっとけよ、関係ないだろ。
そうだけど。
He pouted his lips. Meanwhile, the angry waiter trudged in the direction of our table.
やべえな。なかなか。
He muttered under his typo. He muttered under his breath as he passed. For a moment, Ray looked confused. Then his face twisted in fury as he realized.
はあちょっと聞いた今の何なのあいつ
Sit down, boy. Down, boy. Oh, good. No one stop him. Well, then again, it's Toa. 9 times out of 10, he's probably not going to do anything. Never mind. The chair clattered behind him as he jumped to his feet. The guy had already disappeared into the kitchen.
ちょっとあんた待ちなさいよ
やめろ。
だって聞いたでしょ
Okay, but like, Toa doesn't even consider Mizuno a friend. So of course he's not affected by it. And he's Toa, he doesn't care about a lot of things.
わめくな、目立つ。
でも
Swallowing his rage, he slowly sat back down.
もう
The shouting had attracted the attention of all the other patrons in our vicinity, who looked at us in alarm. Struggling to suppress his anger, Ray grabbed his water glass and downed the whole thing, and slammed it back onto the table.
ちょっと頭に血が上っちゃったみたい
Irritated, he drilled his fingernails against the empty glass as he spoke.
何よあいつ本当に感じ悪いいじめとか平気でやってそうね
Textbook bully. Alright. Mizuno was right about one thing. The guy was a huge dick. But at the same time, I couldn't see what was so scary about him. Right? Like, sure. He's a jerkwad, but like... nothing about him really seems scary. The guy's smoke was a dull, unremarkable brown. If I had to guess, he was the type who only picked on the weak. I turned my head and exhaled a cloud of cigarette smoke, and looked back at Ray.
あまり肩入れしすぎるなよ。
His lips curled in an uncertain frown.
肩入れって水野さん水野さんのことはともかく今は私が言われたのよあんなこと言われたら黙ってられないわ
そこまでにしとけってことだ。水野がいじめられてたとしても、それは水野の問題だろ。
それはわかってるけど
Just then, Mizuno walked out from the kitchen, carrying our food.
お待たせしました。
With a cheerful smile, he set our items onto the table one by one. Disheartened, Ray stared down at the food.
以上で全てお揃いですか？
水野ちゃん
John. Okay. Suddenly looked up and fixed Mizuno with a deathly serious stare. A more affectionate term of address didn't escape my notice even. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, huh? Huh?
はい。
強く生きるのよ何かあったら私にすぐ言いなさい
Mizuno stared back, puzzled. Then he smiled as he realized what Ray meant.
ありがとうございます。
ちなみにあいつなんて名前なの
あ、中村です。
After a moment of hesitation, he leaned in close and answered quietly.
ありがとう
Yeah, me too, Toa, me too. Getting involved in this mess would only create more trouble in the long run. He's so right. Like, I understand, you know? Toa also understands. The guy is awful. You know? Somebody being bullied is not great. But solving somebody else's bullying issue. Sure, we'll get rid of that issue. But then what if it happens again? Are you gonna keep what's the word? Fighting their battles for them, then they're never going to learn to stand on their own 2 feet. You know? So yeah, like I said, I understand. You know, you want to help them. You want to get them out of that situation, but they need to learn how to stand up for themselves. Otherwise, they're just going to keep getting bullied later on down the road by somebody else. Ray. Silently, I smoked my cigarette.
さあ、せっかくのご飯なんだから気持ちを切り替えて美味しく食べなきゃね。いただきます。
Ray cheerfully snatched up his spoon.
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
Mizuno inclined his head, then walked off to the kitchen. As he entered, Nakamura walked down. He seemed to be in a good mood, snapping his fingers and whistling to himself. Just then, his shoulder collided with Mizuno's. Mizuno apologized and Nakamura rolled his eyes.
ほんと感じ悪い。
Ray grumbled as he watched it all happen. Then he took a big bite of his curry. Why did we get his backside? Oh yeah, because this is still part of exploration. Like, oh, jeez.
ね
え。いや。
さーて。
So are we like wandering with Ray? What will we do? Let's go.
Toa.
What?
Ah.
Arewa.
I love the probably.
ね
Indigo, brown matter, and olive green. Really?
え。うん。
I should probably agree. Alright.
ポジティブに。そうだ。
そうね。
そうか。
ありがとう。
Okay, so we are just going around with a ray. Not that I'm complaining. It's just we didn't do this with Taku once, so I like the difference.
ああ。
も
No, I gotta agree with Toa. It's probably the same stuff. Probably the only slight difference is like color or something, I don't know. Replacement. Yeah, so not in here really.
う。ね
Yes, Ray. Yeah, I'm like, what? Oh, he actually wants me to guess. Just answer the man. Just answer.
も
Why?
そうか。
I love how I'm like getting most of my inspiration from Ray. No. Classic.
え
No. No business. 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 No business. Alright. That was fun. How much inspiration we got? Oh, we probably missed some. When we arrived, the Christmas party had already started, and the bar was packed. Some were wearing what could easily be mistaken for Halloween costumes, and the energy in the room was unusually high.
レイじゃない。メリークリスマス。
メリークリスマス。あら、トワも来てるのね。
純子、ほなみ、メリークリスマス
He's so expressive. It was Junko and Honami. They walked over carrying trays lined with cocktail glasses. Junko was wearing a sparkly sequin dress, while Honami was dressed in a kimono.
そういえば、今日はタク先生は来ないの？
仕事で遅れるって。そろそろ来るんじゃないかしら。
忙しいのね。でも来られるならよかったわ。
そうね。
Poor Arata. They have to miss this. It was actually in Taku's route. Towa does actually go to the party, and Arata's there. Man, people suck. As they continued their casual chat, I stared blankly around the room. Here and there, I could see people showing off their body art. Some people had light-up horns implanted in their foreheads. Some had corset piercings complete with ribbons and so on. Ooh. Ooh, that kind of hurt, actually. Many of these people probably got their work done by Ray specifically.
ドリンクをどうぞ。今日限定のスペシャルカクテル。フリーで配ってるのよ。
ありがとう。
ほら、トワも取って。
They held the tray out to me, and I took one purely on reflex. You alcoholic?
他のものが飲みたかったらカウンターで頼めば作ってもらえるわよ。もちろん有料だけど。
ああ。それじゃ店長に挨拶してくるわ。純子、ほなみ、また後でね。
Once the conversation hit a lull, Ray shot me a meaningful look and walked off to the counter. Carrying the cocktail, I followed Ray through the throngs of people. Behind the counter, the manager was busily making drinks, wearing a Santa hat.
レイ君、トワ君、メリークリスマス。
メリークリスマス、マスター。
どう？楽しんでる？
とっても。
トワ君は？
それなりに。
だろうね。
I sat at the counter and took a tiny taste of my free cocktail. The sweetness danced on my tongue. To wash out the sugary aftertaste, I lit a cigarette.
このカクテル、トワにはちょっと甘すぎるんじゃない？
Ray watched my reaction to the drink and tilted his head.
まあな。
それは私がもらうから、いつもの頼みましょう。
Pulled my cocktail glass toward him, then flagged down the manager.
店長、トワにいつものやつ。
了解。
The manager nodded and set about pouring me a drink. Meanwhile, Ray downed his cocktail, then shot me a meaningful look as he held mine.
なんだ。水野ちゃんって恋人いるのかしら。
What is this all of a sudden? Bro, what? At this, I exhaled the smoke and smirked.
惚れたのか。そんなんじゃないわよ。でもクリスマスに先約があるってことはそうなのかなって。家族かもしれないだろ。まあそれもそうか。
Nodding, he swirled the cocktail in its glass. How is he so hung up on Mizuno? Is the guy's plight really that relatable? Once you reach a certain compassion threshold, you become an easy mark to manipulate. And again, Mizuno didn't seem like the type. I took a sip of my drink and thought back over the interactions between him and Ray. The party lasted until closing time. Then the manager threw us all out so he could clean the floor. And we all went home. The best phrase. You don't have to go home, but you gotta get the hell out of here.
Oi, Toa, 起きろ。
Oh. Someone shook me by the shoulders, rousing me from shallow slumber. Taku's stern face filled my vision. Pushed myself up into a sitting position, shifted my weight and cracked my neck. I drank a lot more than usual at the party last night, and my body was slow to cooperate. I wasn't scheduled to work until this afternoon, and yet the clock on the wall indicated 10 a.m. I scowled at Doku with the most annoyance I could muster. I went to...
連絡来てないか?
No. At this, my mind sharpened a bit. I grabbed my phone from the edge of the sofa and checked my notifs. No calls.
来てないけど。
そうか。
His brow furrowed deeply.
今日、レイは午前のシフトを組んでたんだが、まだ来てないみたいでな。携帯と家の両方に電話しても出ない。昨日は最後まで店にいたのか?
I didn't remember much of last night except for closing time, and I was pretty sure Ray said he had to help clean up.
レイは片付けがあるから店に残ってた。
ってことは、何かあったとしたら閉店後か。
And just then, someone started pounding on the door, and we both whirled around. Tucker strode over and opened it right away. Standing on the other side was Arimura, white as a sheet, looking panicked.
すみません。今、レイさんの友達だという方から電話があって。レイさんが重傷を負ったって。
なんだって？
今、こっちに向かってるそうです。診察の受付は止めておきました。
Dun dun dun. I'm sorry. Dude, it was too perfect. Like, they're really doing the whole setup, so you know. Might as well give them the satisfaction.
わかった。ありがとう。とわ、お前も来い。
With that, Taku and Arimura hurried out of the room. In the background, I had left the TV on, and I could hear a newscaster speaking.
昨夜未明、港央通りの路上で男が倒れているとの通報があり、警察官が駆けつけたところ。
About 10 minutes later, an ambulance pulled into the clinic parking lot. At a glance, Ray didn't look conscious. With him was Arata, whose wounds hadn't fully healed. With help from the paramedics, Taku and I carried Ray through the clinic's back entrance and into the exam room. We laid him down on the exam table and loosened his clothes.
ひどいな。
Taku muttered to himself with a severe look on his face as he scrutinized the wounds. Ray's face was covered in blood and cuts and bruises. There were several big bruises on his torso too. Damn! They stomped on him!
昨日パーティーが終わって店を閉めた後に襲われたみたいで、今朝私が店に行ったら裏の路地に倒れてたんです。その時はまだ意識があったから少し話したんですけど、店から帰る途中で殴られて車に乗せられたって言ってました。
連れ去られて、その後にまた路地へ戻されたってのか？
レイはそう言ってました。目隠しをされてどこかで降ろされて、そこで暴行を受けたって。周りに命令してるリーダーっぽい男がいて、そいつがかなりヤバかったって言ってました。レイに自分を殴るように要求してきて殴らされたって。
殴らされた？
はい。他にもそいつはレイに暴力を振るいながら何かブツブツ言ってたらしいです。変だとか悔しいとか。
わけがわからんな。
Taku grimaced as he continued the first aid process.
やっぱり今ちょっとした騒ぎになってるグループの仕業なんでしょうか。
可能性としては高いだろうな。
As Arimura and I followed Taku's instructions, I thought about Chaos Zone. In one of the threads, I saw a video that showed a group of people in black punching each other. And apparently whoever kidnapped Ray had demanded that he punch him. Unless there was some kind of new fad going around, chances were high it was the same group. With a faint breath, Ray's eyes opened.
レイ、大丈夫か？おい。
レイ。
Taku and Arata called out to him, but he kept staring at the ceiling like he couldn't hear them. They rupture his eardrum? No, say it isn't so. And then his gaze slowly drifted to me. Instantly, his feeble smoke thrashed and swelled. I swear it wasn't me! I was here the whole time. It wasn't me! Its yellow color shifted to orange with a slight red marbling. Like a snake, it threatened to swallow me whole.
レイ、レイ。ダメか。
Taku made several attempts to get Ray's attention, but he ignored them and closed his eyes once more. Just like that, his swollen smoke wilted. What was that just now? It wasn't me! I had never seen anything like it. Ray's smoke had wriggled like a creature with a mind of its own, trying to devour me. Instantly, I felt a tingle in my fingertips, the faintest hint of excitement. Fleeting though it was, a vivid afterimage was burned into my my brain, and refused to fade. I swear I didn't jump you! And this unexpected thrill was starting to awaken within me an intense urge to draw. Once Taku finished the treatment, he and I hoisted Ray onto a stretcher, then took the elevator to the second floor and carried him to the medical ward. There, we eased him onto a bed and put an IV drip in his arm. Then, after we all caught our breath, Taku sent Arato home. They needed rest in order for their own wounds to heal. I stood beside Ray's bed, watching him sleep. It's not creepy at all.
全治3週間ってところだな。レイは喧嘩慣れしてるから暴行されている時もうまく受け身を取ったんだろう。ひどい状態なのは間違いないが致命的な怪我は負っていない。
Taku let out a heavy sigh as he stood beside me. I didn't respond. Then he shot me a dubious look.
お前、何も思わないのか?
What do you want him to say? I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye.
レイがこんな目にあって悔しいとか悲しいとかそういうのはないのか?
事実を事実として受け止めてる。
It is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I thought, you know, maybe just a little bit he'd be like, sucks, you know, or do like a Zuko and be like, that's rough, buddy. But I'm going, it is what it is. So detached. Oh, if that was Ray, I'd hate to hear that. He crushed. Lamenting the situation wouldn't change the fact that it happened, which is true, but it doesn't hurt to be a little sad or upset about it. That was my outlook, at least. He looked at me with a mixture of anger and frustration.
レイが暴行されたという事実は別として、今目の前にいるレイ自身に対してはどう思うんだ?
No. He's dead. I was just gonna be like, no. I looked back at Ray. I could see that he was injured, but I wasn't sure what Taku expected me to feel. It felt like someone had put a tight lid on my emotions. What I lacked was the very thing Ray possessed in spades. Compassion. Was I born this way? Was it caused by something? I wasn't sure.
運が悪かったとしか。
The equivalent of, that's rough, buddy. It was the only answer I had. Surely Taku hadn't actually expected me to have an emotional response, and yet he sighed in defeat.
まだ心が死んでるんだな。
He muttered to himself, then headed for the door.
診察に戻るよ。お前もそろそろ仕事の時間だろ。準備しとけよ。
With that, he left the room. In the distance, I could hear the sound of the elevator moving, but my mind was still focused on his comment to me just now. What did he mean by that? What does anybody mean by that, bro? Yes? I had no way of figuring it out, so instead I looked back at Ray as he slept on the hospital bed. It wasn't just my heart. No. I was completely dead on the inside. No wonder I relate so well. In the end, Ray slept through the entire day. After my shift, I got drunk at a random bar and came home around midnight. When I returned to my apartment, I switched on the TV, pulled off my coat, and sat down on the sofa. With an unlit cigarette between my lips, I navigated on my phone to Chaos Zone. If the assault party had orchestrated the attack on Ray, then maybe I could glean some information here. I lit my cigarette, then opened a chat thread and scrolled through all the posted images. In the midst of all the self photos and shitposting, we love shitposting. Well, not for this, but I caught sight of something that made me freeze. Photos of people getting hurt. Two different people by the looks of it. In the first one, the victim on the ground looked like Arata. No. And the person in the other photo looked like Ray. I couldn't be seeing things. These were pictures of Arata and Ray. They were each in a different location, surrounded by men in black, and getting their asses kicked. Most of Arata's face was obscured, but Ray's was fully visible, bloody and grimacing in pain. The photo of Ray drew me in like a magnet. For some reason, it evoked a reaction out of me. But it wasn't sadness or anger. Tossing my phone to the edge of the sofa, I crushed my freshly lit cigarette in the ashtray. And then I grabbed my sketch pad and pencil from the coffee table, flipped to a blank page, and started drawing. My brain was switched off, so I wasn't recreating a mental image. My hand was just moving on autopilot, crafting. The line slowly formed the shape of Ray, his face twisted in misery, contorted in shades of gray. Contoured in shades of gray. But no amount of sketching was enough to sate the inexplicable urge I felt. On the contrary, drawing seemed to make it worse. I gripped the pencil so hard, the lead gouged deep lines in the paper. Residual graphite bled through to the blank sheet beneath. Only then did I finally come to a stop. My fingers were trembling, and I was gasping for breath like a marathon runner. I could still feel the mysterious impulse aching in my chest, but over time it slowly receded. I let out a breath and tossed my sketchpad back to the table. Just then, my cell phone buzzed on the edge of the sofa, so I grabbed it again. It was an art model application. What? What did I just read? In my fantasies, the cusp of death is orgasmic. So is this what's gonna happen? They're gonna nearly kill Toa? Is that it? That was the entire body of the email. It had a file attached, so I opened it. It was a photo of Ray being assaulted. On first glance, it looked like the same one posted to Chaos Zone. I navigated back to the thread. Sure enough, it was the same one. How could someone go out of their way to send this to Euphoria? Surely it had to be intentional. They had purposely sent me a photo of violence enacted on someone I knew. Was it a warning of some kind? A threat? But who would send it? A culprit? or a heartless third party who happened across the photo by chance. Their poem was pretty childish too. I tossed my phone back to the edge of the sofa, then pulled out a new cigarette and lit up. Something big was happening behind the scenes. How was this going to play out? I took a long drag and contemplated this ill omen. Man, why are things like this? Oh, hey, we got it. In the first of many. Shimmering scarlet light. Above me, the ceiling was a monster's maw, open wide. I lay in the center of the room, illuminated in red. I could sense someone there. A presence too rough and aggressive to be female. Someone was crouched beside me, touching my skin. His palm had no warmth, nor was it cold. It barely even registered. He was just touching me. I didn't really care. And yet, for some reason, goosebumps pricked up my arms. My brain didn't care, but my body did. And I didn't know why. Surely, not that, yeah? But then again, it's slow damage, so it probably might be. Oh god. No! Say it ain't so. Damn. The next day, Taku woke me at 9 a.m. He told me Ray was conscious again, and together the two of us headed down to the medical ward. When we entered, I could see Ray lying on the bed, his eyes open. He sensed us and slowly turned his head, his face still peppered with fresh bruises and cuts.
大丈夫か
まあまあ
His voice was dry and hoarse, and he sounded unfocused, possibly because he just woke up.
丸一日眠ってたんだぞ
そんなにだからなのねすっごくお腹が空いてるの
Taku grinned in wry amusement.
空腹を感じるなら回復してきてる証拠だな
ねえお願いがあるのだった
Ray tried to move, but grimaced in pain. Taku pushed lightly against his shoulders to stop him.
満身創痍なんだぞ無理に動こうとするなよ
じゃあなおさらお願い
なんだ
今すっごく柳川コーヒー店のハニートーストが食べたいのテイクアウトしてきてお願い
At this, Taku looked at me. Damn it, why do I have to run errands?
とは俺はこれから診察があるんだ
わかった
I was like, God damn it. Reluctantly, I nodded.
よろしくね
Ray's cheek shifted a fraction, probably trying to smile. From there, as Taku and Ray continued to chat, I thought about the email from last night. I could tell Ray about the email. Then again, maybe he was better off not knowing about it. I didn't want to stress him out any more than he already was. So I left the medical ward and headed to Yanagawa. Arriving at the cafe, I walked in and promptly placed a to-go order. The thick scent of coffee filled the air as relaxing music played in the background. It was always calm and peaceful here. The cafe had only just opened for the day, so there weren't many customers, and I could hear the sounds of coffee brewing. Behind the assault group plaguing Shikomi, and judge a book by its cover, beware of skimmers. While I waited for the honey toast, I looked around the cafe and ruminated on that email. Still? Who the hell would send Euphoria a violent photo of Ray? Considering Arata was the previous victim, it really didn't seem like a coincidence. Sure, Arata and I weren't close, but they were still a part of my life. And then my phone buzzed in my coat pocket, so I checked it. Yeah! Alright, hello there, Toa. Can we meet? I need to speak with you. Easy! Same. Oh! Perfect. Oh, wait. Dang it. Should've went back. Ah, dang it. So, really there was a conversation before this. I'm guessing... it might be Kotaro. So, Kotaro's favorite bar is closing, so he wanted to have one less drink and invited Toa. And Toa being Toa. Vague as hell. I'll think about it. And Bro's like, got it, I'll let him know. He probably didn't even come. How about tonight at Roost? Okay. I'm in this goddamn case. See you then. Right as our exchange finished, the manager walked out of the kitchen with a to-go bag in hand.
お待たせしました。
I took the bag, paid for my order, and left the cafe. When I returned, the clinic had already opened for the day, and there were a few patients already waiting. I passed through the waiting room and took the elevator to the medical ward. Then I walked to Ray's bed and set the paper bag on the bedside table.
買ってきたぞ。
Blinking, he opened his eyes.
やだ。ありがとう。よいしょ。
Grimacing, he tried to push himself into a sitting position.
無理するなよ。
このくらいは平気。リハビリよ、リハビリ。
I don't know how to feel about him with his hair down. It's not that it looks bad, it's just... You know what? I think it's like the part that's like sticking up over here that's throwing me off a little bit. We could just like move that down a little. I think that's what it is. Using a pillow as back support, he leaned against the headboard and let out a breath.
ハニートーストは
Oh man, that looks so good. I took the hint and pulled the honey toast out of the paper bag, plus the plastic utensils that came with it.
甘い匂いがする。美味しそう。
このままでいいか。
そうね。ちょっと食べにくいわね。
He paused to think for a moment. and shot me in Bismarck. Oh no.
食べさせてくれる？は？
Bro, bro made it seem like he asked him to like off himself or something.
たまにはいいじゃない。怪我人なのよ、私。
And yet, for some reason, he seems awfully smug about it. Normally, I would refuse, but I knew he couldn't feed himself right now, and I wasn't that much of a dick. With a dramatic sigh, I moved the container of honey toast back to the table, and used the plastic utensils to cut it up. Then I stabbed a bite-sized piece and brought it to his mouth. He gleefully opened his mouth, but since he couldn't open it very wide, I had to carefully wedge the bite of toast past his teeth.
おいしい。
He smiled as he chewed.
おいしく感じるのは、あんたがこんな珍しいことをしてるせいもあるわね。
特別だからな。
わかってる。ありがとう。
Once he swallowed, I stabbed another bite of toast and brought it to his mouth.
そういえば、さっき携帯で見たんだけど。
After a moment of chewing and swallowing, he furrowed his brow.
あの SNS のスレッドに私の画像がアップされてたわね。見た？
What? No, of course not. Yeah. I wasn't planning to tell him, but apparently he already knew about it.
本当に許せないんだけど。何なのあれ。新たな画像もあったし。ボロボロになってる人間を笑い物にして何が楽しいっていうのよ。最低最悪。本当にもう犯人たちを全員この手で殺してやりたいくらいだわ。
Calm down. Enraged, he gripped the thin blanket until his knuckles went white.
お前が連れ去られた時はどういう状況だったんだ？
お店を閉めて帰ろうとしてた時よ。
詳しく聞きたい。
At this, he looked at me in surprise.
え？興味あるの？あんたが？私のことに？
No.
それって私が暴行されたから？それとも犯人のことが気になるから？
The latter. Like Taku, Ray probably figured I wasn't capable of worrying for another human being.
両方。
嘘。
信じないならそれで。
信じないわよ。
They have so little faith in him. Oh man. After his retort, he let out a chuckle.
でも、犯人のことが気になるって言わなかったのは、あんたの優しさってことにしとくわ。
True.
好きにしろ。
そうするわよ。で、当時の状況ね。
His gaze wandered as he thought back.
店から出たら、黒い服を着た集団に取り囲まれたのよ。10人か、もう少しいたかもしれないわ。
That's a lot.
抵抗したんだけど、羽交い締めにされちゃって、そのまま引きずられて黒いワゴンに乗せられたの。すぐに目隠しされたから、どの辺りを走ってたのかはわからないわ。あとは車から降ろされて、ひたすらボコボコボコボコ。見えないから周りの状況はわからなかったけど、殴られて蹴られまくって、笑い声とかはやし立てる声がずっと聞こえてた。まさしく暴行パーティーよ。奴らすっごく楽しそうだったもの。特に自分を殴れって強要してくるリーダーっぽいやつがはしゃいでたわ。 そのリーダーが何かつぶやいてたんだろ
ああ、そうそう。変だとか、悔しいとか。私を殴りながらそんなことを言ってたわ。あとは。
He tried to remember further, but after a moment, he closed his eyes and shook his head in defeat.
ダメね。それ以上は思い出せない。何しろ視界を塞がれてたし、急所を守るので精一杯で。
そのくらいにしておけよ。
Hi, Taku. I looked over my shoulder right as Taku walked in.
レイには休養が必要だ。とは、お前変に首を突っ込もうとするなよ。
You know he's gonna do that. At this, I narrowed my eye.
お前が興味を持つってことは、深入りしようとしてるってことだからな。やめとけ。
Yes, Dad.
そうね。やめておいた方がいいわ。じゃなきゃ、私みたいになっちゃうわよ。
You know damn well he's going to.
これ以上俺の傷が増えたところで今と大して変わらないだろ。
そういう話じゃないと昨日も言ったつもりだったんだがな。
Taku fixed me with a hard look. I said nothing and simply averted my gaze.
タク、ごめんね。
Ray broke the tense silence with an apology.
何事？
しばらくクリニックのバイトできないから。
気にするな。
うん。でもルースとも休みをもらわなきゃいけないし、ボディアートのお客さんにも連絡しないと。
Taku gently rubbed Ray's shoulder.
今は回復することだけを考えるんだ。いいな。
うん。
Ray nodded. As a token of reassurance, Taku gave him a little pat. Meanwhile, I contemplated everything Ray had told me. The group had a leader who demanded that Ray punch him. Supposedly, he was heard saying something like, "It's not right," and infuriating. There had to be more to this group than purely reveling in the violence they inflicted on others. I had plans to meet with Eiji tonight. Maybe he knew something about it. With that thought, I quietly listened to the conversation. When I arrived at Roost, the manager spotted me immediately. He looked like he wanted to talk, so I went straight to the counter.
トワ君、こんばんは。レイ君はどう？大変なことになってるって聞いたよ。
動き回れる状態じゃないな。この店と人体改造の客を気にしてた。
そんなこと気にしなくていいのに。ボディアートのお客さんも僕の方から言っておくから、ゆっくり休むようにレイ君に伝えてね。
ああ。
I nodded, then looked around the room.
待ち合わせ？
エイジとな。
And then I spotted the guy in question sitting at a table. I rose to my feet and walked over to him. He was tinkering with a small device in his lap. When I sat down across from him, he looked up in alarm and realized it was me and smiled.
あ、トワさん、こんばんは。あら、トワ、いらっしゃい。
Monami came to take our order, but frowned as soon as they laid eyes on me.
レイの様子はどう？
しばらくは安静だろうな。
そうよね。今日レイから連絡が来たから少しほっとしたけど、レイがいない間は私たちが頑張るから。
Then they raised their eyebrows at me.
それで何にする？
ウイスキー、ロックで。
オッケー、ちょっと待っててね。
They walked off to the counter. Meanwhile, Eiji continued to tinker with his device.
何それ？
新型爆弾の改造です。威力を倍にしようと思って。
もし手違いで爆発したら終わりだな。
手違いなんて僕が起こすはずないじゃないですか。安心してください。
He donned a self-assured grin and sipped his drink through a straw. I don't know why I had difficulty saying that. It was dark brown and bubbly, so it was probably soda.
話したいことってなんだ？
お待たせ。
Onami hurried back with my drink, set it on the table, and walked off.
前に話した暴行パーティーを行う集団について少し分かったことがありまして。
I set my lighter and cigarettes on the table and looked at Eiji.
レイさんが襲われたって聞いたんですけど、大丈夫なんですか？
今朝、ハニートーストを頼まれた。
At this he chuckled.
それじゃ順調に回復してるって感じですかね。で、その暴行グループなんですけど、組でも話題になってるんですよ。このまま放っておいたんじゃ示しがつかないって。一応組の方でも捕まえようとはしてるんです。ただ、あのグループって常に決まったメンバーじゃなくて頻繁に入れ替わってるみたいで、まあ中心になってる人たちは動かないんでしょうけど。例の SNS の犯行予告見ました？
あ
あ。あれ全然当てにならないんですよね。何も起こらない時もありますし、手高をくくってたらレイさんがやられちゃうし。
そのことについて聞こうと思ってた。
はい。では早速。暴行集団のリーダー格なんですけど、桐原という男じゃないかって噂があって。
桐原？
はい。年は20代で赤毛でいつもマスクをしていて。で、いろいろと調べたんですけど、これくらいしか情報が出てこなくて。
珍しいな。
そうなんですよ。情報収集には絶対の自信があるんですけどね。どうもつかみどころがないっていうか、謎が多いやつらしくて。でも妙に人気があって、名前だけは割と知られてるみたいです。その桐原が暴行パーティーに関わってるんじゃないかって噂になってるんですよね。
桐原か。
トワさん、何か心当たりあります？
いや、そいつかどうかはわからないけど、ユーフォリア宛てにメールが来た。わざわざレイが暴行されてる画像を添付して。
え、どういうことですか？
画像は SNS に貼られてるのと同じだ。わざわざユーフォリア宛てに送ってきたってことは、おそらく俺とレイが知り合いだってことを知ってるやつだ。
確かに。
His device started to slide off his lap, and he hastily caught it.
ってことは、村瀬クリニックの患者さんやルーストのお客さんという可能性もゼロじゃないわけですね。
ただのいたずらか、警告か、それとも犯人からの煽りなのか。
なるほど。桐原って名前の患者さんは、って言っても名字が同じ人なんてたくさんいますもんね。とりあえず僕はルーストの客も含めて桐原の情報をもっと探ってみます。何か分かったら連絡しますね。
ああ。
それじゃ僕はそろそろ行きます。
Eiji gently eased the device into his backpack and then rose to his feet.
おやすみなさい。
With a bow, he walked to the counter to pay his bill, and sauntered out of the building. Pinching my cigarette between my fingers, I took a sip of whiskey and reflected on our conversation. There was a man named, not a named man, Kirihara, who was allegedly linked to the mob. And someone had sent Euphoria an email with a grisly photo of Ray attached. Just then, I wondered what would happen if I responded to that email. I pulled my phone from my coat pocket and opened my inbox. Bro's like, let's meet up. Then I replied to the email in question with a quick let's meet up. It actually worked. It answers to a whole bunch of questions at once. But I knew it probably wouldn't be that easy, so I set my phone down on the table. After it was closed for the night, I was walking home to the clinic when I spotted someone sitting on the sidewalk. It was a man with his knees tucked up to his chin, burying his face from sight. His features seemed vaguely familiar, so I came to a stop right next to him. He sensed my presence and slowly looked up.
Toa-san.
Brother. Sure enough, it was Mizuno. His face was covered in scrapes and bruises, just like the night he was brought into the clinic. Or maybe even worse.
またやられたのか。
はい。というか。
He started to say something, then hung his head.
前と同じ奴らか。
He didn't answer. He just sat there clutching his knees.
クリニックへ連れて行ってください。
He sounded so weak and helpless. With a sigh, I crouched down. And then I put his arm around my shoulders, slid my arm around his torso, and hauled him up into a standing position.
ありがとうございます。
Wincing, he smiled slightly. But I didn't respond. Instead, I slowly started to drag him down the street. Mizuno's treatment took place in the exam room. Once we got him on the exam table, treatment began. I stood next to Taku and helped with whatever he asked.
前回よりもひどくやられてるな。また同じ連中の仕業か？
Taku frowned at Mizuno.
わかりません。
実はな、さっきも集団に襲われて怪我をしたって患者さんが運ばれてきたんだ。複数の骨折が見られた上に意識不明でな。うちは例もいるから鷹の口医院の方で見てもらうことになった。
Ooh, not the bone fractures.
申し訳ないと思ったが手一杯でな。
本当に最近多いんですね。
ああ。
そういえばレイさんは大丈夫なんですか？
処置室で寝てるぞ。今のところは順調に回復してる。
そうなんだ。よかった。今度お見舞いに来てもいいですか？
そいつは構わんが、その前に自分の体を心配した方がいい。
ですよね。
Mizuno wins.
君は犯人を見たのか？
犯人全員黒い服を着ていたのは見たんですけど。
Hesitant, he fell silent.
言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。
There was a long pause as Mizuno contemplated something. Then he looked at me with determination.
犯人はもしかしたら中村くんじゃないかってほんの少しだけ思ったんです。でもやっぱり彼のはずがないって思い直して。
中村ってのは誰だ？
バイト先の人なんですけど、僕に対する当たりが少し強くて。
いじめられてるってことか？
そうは思いたくないんですけどね。
He smiled sadly.
レイを襲ったのはかなりヤバそうな連中だったって話だけど。
At this, his expression darkened further.
中村くん、急に態度が表変することがあって。
いえ、でも、だからそうだとは。
Evidently, he didn't want to believe that Nakamura could have been part of it. Likewise, I didn't think Nakamura was one of them either. The guy was all talk. He'd never have the guts. I was more interested in the Kirihara guy Eiichi mentioned.
よし、終わったぞ。
Taku let out a breath and looked at Mizuno with sympathy.
前回の怪我が治りきっていないのに災難としか言いようがないが、どこか痛むようならまた来てくれ。
はい。ありがとうございます。
Mizuno seemed to want to say something more, but instead he looked at the white walls.
絶対に死にたくない。死んでたまるもんか。どんなに強くそう思っていたとしても、それが許されない状況になったら、人間は結局死ぬしかないんですよね。
Taku and I both looked over at him. It sounded like he was talking to himself out of nowhere. Why are there two Obs?
そんなことはないぞ。
Taku chided him gently.
もうダメだと思っても、もしかしたら突破口があるかもしれない。最後の最後までわからんよ。
そうですね。
Mizuno smiled weakly.
だが、君は新興味を出てもいいかもしれんな。
それはどういう。
こう何度も暴力沙汰に巻き込まれていたら、命がいくつあっても足りないだろう。それに、君は新興味にいるようなタイプじゃないと思うんだが。
弱いってことですよね。いろいろな意味で。
そうは言ってないが。
いえ、いいんです。自分でも分かってるので。でも、帰りたくても帰れなくて。
一人暮らしなのか？
はい。
家族は本土に？
そうです。
帰れないってのは、未来の嫁候補ができるまで帰ってくるなと言われてるとか、そういうことか？
He's a debtor. Taku's hypothesis made Mizuno smile.
いえ。
だったら、今度の実家に身を寄せるのもいいんじゃないか？
Frowning, Mizuno fell silent. Maybe he didn't want to talk about his family. All that aside, I hadn't considered the possibility that this violent mob would attack the same person twice. Was it just coincidence? Or were they targeting him on purpose? That will lend itself to the theory that Nakamura was involved, but it didn't seem to fit.
いいか、少し気になることがある。
Oh my god, it's time?
はい、なんでしょ
う。This came out of left field. But then again, it's been like, how long? 3.5 hours and we haven't had anything. Alright, what's our target?
詳しく。
Euphoria. Okay.
ポジティブに。
I'll try positive.
どうなんだ？
見えませんでした。
Okay, there we go.
それで。
Cause I'm like, it says he's uneasy. So I'm like, pretty sure asking bluntly would probably backfire.
場所はわかりません。
Okay.
ポジティ
Just play along for a little bit.
ブ。確かに。
そうだったと思います。
Oh, why is this opening? Stop!
次は
心当たりはあります。
As casually?
ネガティブに。ああ。
どうして？
Okay, nice. No, I'm not gonna chance it. Smoke hasn't really changed.
この傷跡。
Right. Oh. As usual, guys, I'm gonna save real quick. Because again, I'll have to do it all over if I fucking get it wrong. Guess Nakamura. It's the only thing that makes sense here.
中村。
Still can't stand the sound.
お前は中村が犯人だと思ってるのか？
僕をいじめたがってるのは今のところ彼ぐらいしか思い当たらなくて。
Okay, what's next? Yes, you should. Gotta dig
ま
a
だ
little
聞きたい
deeper.
ことがある。
ええ。
そうだな。
Holy, that's far.
おい。
自分以外に2人ほど。
ポジティブに。
God, I don't know.
な
That
る
both
ほ
seem
ど。
not so good.
わかりません。
Okay, you're doing
それか
alright.
ら。
What's with the red all of a sudden?
ほとんどの人が素手でした。
Okay. Purposely respond casually. I might have to do this again. I don't know. Some don't seem so good.
ポジティブ。確かに。
はい。
Okay. You're doing good. I could ask this. That's the thing, I also don't want to ruin the mojo I got going. Oh well, I'll try it.
どうなんだ？
笑いながらやってました。
There we go.
聞かせてくれ。
そうですね。
Ask another question.
ポジティブに。だとしても。聞かせろ。
Ooh, what do we pick here? Ignore it. Mourn him.
Positive.
I'll just go for it. Go for it.
じゃあ。
わかりました。
No. No. I don't want to push it.
傷跡
Something age you mentioned. Oh. You know anything about Kirihara?
Kirihara って名前に心当たりはあるか？
誰ですか？すみません。わからないです。
Why is this smoke all red?
この違和感。
質問は終わりですか？トワさん。
This smoke is so red. Conversation did a little to allay the feeling that something wasn't adding up. Ray and Arata were both deathmatch veterans, and so it was possible the culprit wanted to get revenge on them. But Mizuno looked like he couldn't fight his way out. Bro. No way, you had to cook him that bad. Was he hiding something? Something that would make them go after him.
とは、水野さんは怪我人なんだぞ。あまり疲れさせるな。
Taka shook his head at me, then looked at Mizuno.
もし辛いようなら休んでいってもいいが。
いえ、大丈夫です。本当にありがとうございました。
Mizuno rose from his chair and bowed politely.
そうか。何かあったらすぐに電話してくれ。
はい。
それじゃあ、会計は向こうでするからついてきてくれ。
Taka left the exam room ahead of us. Mizuno started to follow him, then paused and looked back at me. Scrutinized me for a few seconds, then left the room without another word. Oh boy. Boy? What was that about? He looked like he had something to say. Maybe he wanted to talk more. Confused, I stared at the door long after it had closed behind him. I was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette and watching TV, while my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Picked it up and checked my notifs. It was an email with no subject line, from the same email address that sent me the photo of Ray. I had emailed them asking them to meet up, and now they had replied. But there was no text written in the body of the email, only a file attachment. I opened it to find a photo of Mizuno being assaulted. I navigated to Chaos Zone. Then I tapped on a chat thread and skimmed over the posts. Sure enough, someone had posted photos of Mizuno. Setting aside whether the sender was part of the mob, they clearly knew that I was acquainted with both Ray and Mizuno. Were they trying to send a message to Euphoria or to me? This didn't feel like a coincidence anymore. Squinting in the cigarette smoke, I gazed down at the photo of Mizuno being attacked. But unlike last time, I felt nothing. Damn! But then again, they're not really friends, so makes sense. I got a bit of sleep, then woke up before noon. No work today. I rose to my feet, got dressed, and left the building. The destination? Krishna. Mizuno seemed to suspect Nakamura, but I felt differently. If I could get another look at him, maybe I could find out for sure. For sure. Whew. Arriving at Krishna. I walked in and a waiter came to greet me.
いらっしゃいま。トアさん。
Oh, he's wearing a mask. Suspicious. He faltered partway through, his eyes wide in surprise. It was Mizuno wearing a face mask. He was probably trying to hide his injuries.
昨日の今日でもう出てるのか。
He looked back at me sadly and lowered his voice.
本当は休もうと思ったんですけど、休むなと言われてしまって。
Crazy. Just like real life. You're sick? Don't care. Come into work. God damn. His gaze shifted and I followed it to find Nakamura carrying plates of food with an annoyed look on his face.
それじゃ、お席にご案内します。
Mizuno started walking, so I followed him. He led me to a table, and I sat down.
今、お水とおしぼりをお持ちしますね。
With that, Mizuno was about to head back to the kitchen when suddenly...
なんだその態度は!
A loud voice echoed across the dining room, and everyone went quiet. I looked over and saw that the customer at Nakamura's table was beet red with rage.
もっと心を込めて謝れないのか!
Oh, it's always the old folk. Why?
だからすみませんでしたって言ってんじゃねえか。
Nakamura muttered under his breath, which only enraged the customer even more.
おい、今なんて言った?いや、別に何も。お前!
Just then, there was a loud crash elsewhere in the room. Instantly, everyone froze and looked at me, because I had just kicked my table over.
うるせえよ。
Nice one, Dilla. Beautiful. The angry customer looked at me and fell silent. For a moment, Nakamura stood there, stunned. Then, when we made eye contact, he recoiled and fled to the kitchen. As I watched the scrawny twerp... As I watched the scrawny twerp retreat, I became convinced that he wasn't involved with the violent mob. He was the type to change his attitude depending on who he was talking to. He only ever acted tough if he was confident he wouldn't be challenged. As most people do. He wasn't a brawler. He was just a small fry who verbally vented his frustrations on the weak. Besides, the argument with the customer didn't change his smoke at all. It was still as unremarkable as ever.
トアさん、ごめんなさい。
As the other customers continued to stare at me, Mizuno rushed back and bowed to me deeply.
不快な気分にさせてしまって、本当に申し訳ありませんでした。
いや、別に。
I wasn't actually upset at all. I only did it to gauge Nakamura's reaction. Man. Oh well, why are you like this?
でも...
Timidly, Mizuno looked at me with palpable fear and hesitation.
ちょっとした実験。
実験?
気にするな。
As he stared at me in confusion, I shook my head slightly.
ただ、あいつは小物だな。
I pulled my lighter and cigarettes out of my coat pocket, then jerked my chin in the direction of the kitchen. He looked over his shoulder at the kitchen, then looked back at me, puzzled.
インドビールとチキン。
Oh my god, he's gonna eat? Ignoring his gaze, I recited the same order from last time.
はい、少々お待ちください。
my god, guys, he's gonna eat. It's gonna hail! He snapped back to his senses, straightened his posture, and briskly walked back to the kitchen. I lit a cigarette and took a long drag. On my way back home from Krishna, I felt my phone buzz in my coat pocket. Easy! As I walked, I pulled it out to check. Eiji was calling me. Hi.
何？ですね、至急お知らせしたいことがありまして、
Yeah.
実は組の方で例の集団暴行グループのメンバーの末端を捕まえたらしいんですけど、今夜暴行パーティーがあるって吐いたみたいで、本当かどうかはわかりませんけど、一緒に行ってみませんか？
ああ、桐原の方はどうなってる？
情報を探ってはいるんですけど、全然です。相当用心深いのか、自分の痕跡を残さないって感じですね。今夜本当にパーティーがあるなら桐原も来てくれないかななんて都合のいいことを思ったりして、そううまくはいかないでしょうけどね。それじゃまた連絡します。
The call ended, and I stuffed my phone back into my pocket. Now that I had confirmed that Nakamura wasn't the mastermind, it made me even more curious about Kirihara. But even if Eiichi couldn't track him down, but if even Eiichi couldn't track him down, then he was probably near impossible to find. Maybe he wore disguises or wigs to keep people from recognizing him. If only the mob would target me so I didn't have to go to all this trouble. With that thought, I kept walking. Back in my apartment, I was having a cigarette on the sofa when someone knocked on the door.
今いいか？
Sure. The door opened and Taku peeked his head in. I nodded and he entered. I figured he would invite me to get food with him. The look on his face was far too serious for that.
例のことなんだが。
Is he regressing? He paused, fixing me with a stern look.
少し気にかけてやってくれないか？
どういう意味だ？
Why would Ray need a babysitter when he was already bedridden?
つまり
Hesitating, Taku rubbed the back of his hand. See, he always does that when he's like nervous or something, or like unsure or something.
クリニックを閉めてから残ってると、レイが処置室で泣いたり暴れたりすることがあってな。昨日は鎮静剤を打ったんだ。
Throwing a fit? Like a child who was told no, you can't have sugar?
どうも寝ている時に発作的に起こるようなんだ。元気そうに振る舞ってはいるが。
It must be the demons of his past.
思った以上に精神的なダメージを受けているのかもしれん。俺ももちろん気をつけるが、できればお前も気にかけてやってくれないか。
I mean, yeah, it's probably something from his past as well. And this attack just reignited it, you know. With that, he left the room. Then I remembered the time Ray Smoke had gone on a rampage, trying to attack me. I was startled at the time, but now I suspected that maybe Ray was a lot less emotionally stable than he let on. Can't judge a book by its cover, after all. Surely Ray had a dark side just like anyone else. But what could he be hiding? I was sincerely curious. Whatever his secret, I wanted to get a glimpse. My mind wandered as I smoked my cigarette, And before I knew it, the sun had set. At this point, even I was tired of the nicotine days. I decided to head out. I crushed my cigarette in the ashtray, rose to my feet, and pulled on my coat. Exploration! What we got? Nothing at Haguita. Cool.
No.
Mm-hmm. My question, Taku looked up. Oh. Yeah, what are you doing here? Well, I got time.
実は
Ooh, pancakes actually sound good right now. I have not had pancakes in a hot minute. I wonder, hold on. I know this is gonna be me going off on a tangent again, but I just want to know, can you make brownie pancakes? That's what I want to know. Yeah. Oh, so you can make brownies like pancakes by combining pancake mix and brownie mix. So you can't like just do it straight from the brownie mix? Well, let me look at this. Because we do have brownie mix. And I'm like, what if I want to make it into pancakes? Let's see, so this person says add milk, or if you don't have any, water and a little bit, with a little bit of melted butter, the batter. Judged by eye and memory, you want a thick liquid between thin texture of water and thick texture of brownie batter. Just by making a small pancake. If it works, you got the right texture. If not, add some more and test again. Oh. Oh, that's something I could do. We got plenty of water. And we also have plenty of butter, actually. Oh, but the thing is, we need eggs for it, I think. Dang it. Honestly, that could have been something I did. Oh well. Oh yeah, because Taco's not big on sweets either. So. Let's see. I'll play along. I feel like, yeah, go for it. Right? Couldn't hurt. Take what I can get. I'm saying yeah. After all that, you're just gonna pass, brother. Hello? Anybody here? Ooh.
Yo.
Making butts. You know what? That's so fair, though.
おい。
ポジティブに。へえ。
Yeah. Put my sofa, the TV, and a cigarette.
別に。へえ。
まあな。
Alright, I got that. Hope you have fun. Well, no, he's not gonna have fun because he's gonna just be patrolling. Oh, you poor thing. Oh, Mayu, hello.
Genki?
いや。ふん。
Magical girl. Go all in.
ポジティブに。それは。
違うよ。
Hey, we tried. Yep. Yep, I figured. She's lower. They all look identical. No, don't say that. You're gonna heat him up.
そうか。そうか。
はあ。またね。
ああ。
I always get so happy when I talk to them. I like them a lot. No, not again. What are the odds of... No way, we said the same exact thing. Oh my god. There's no way. That was crazy.
Hmm. どうだろう。怖。
Maybe it's all three. You ever think of that, Inada? Okay. I'm serious. I literally. I literally did not expect that. Literally, he could have said anything. Yeah, he said the same exact thing I did. Yes, yes, I know this is the police station. Hey.
ああ。何が？
いえ。もちろんです。
へえ。
ええ。あ。
Yeah. I would say.
ポジティブ。
Yeah, just play along. Bro was gone.
そういえば。
I do. Do you know him? Can you explain his existence to me, please?
いや。
Yes, you do. Shut up. Mm-hmm. Hey, yo. He just wants to be an informant like you. I don't think he cares about anything else. I haven't been everywhere. Home we go. But yeah, I think he just wants to be an informant like you. That's all. But finally, Ignato was addressed. When I returned to my apartment, I flopped down on the sofa without even stopping to remove my coat. Then I reached down to the floor, but the bottle of booze was gone. With a frustrated growl, I pulled my pack of cigarettes from my pocket and lit one up. Around 8 p.m., Mizuno turned up at the clinic with a bouquet of flowers. A short while beforehand, Taku had sent me a message to let me know he was coming. He was still busy with work, so he wanted me to go down there and cover for him. Arriving at the first floor, I spotted Mizuno walking into the waiting room.
あ、トワさん、こんばんは。
こっちだ。
He bowed politely, and I escorted him upstairs to the medical ward. But as we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Mizuno's smoke was slightly different this time, tinged with red and swaying restlessly. I interpreted this to mean he was giddy. Was he really that eager to see Ray? Inside the medical ward, Ray was sitting upright against the headboard, using a pillow as back support. His complexion looked healthy. Evidently, he was recovering swiftly. When he saw Mizuno, he beamed.
あら、水野ちゃんじゃない。こんばんは。お見舞いに来ました。やだ。わざわざ気を使ってくれてありがとう。優しいわね、水野ちゃん。
Blushing, Mizuno smiled. Then it curled into a frown.
僕、レイさんの話を聞いて、本当にびっくりして。しかもクリスマスパーティーの直後だなんて。神様は意地悪すぎます。私もびっくりだったわよ。でも、水野ちゃんこそまた襲われたんでしょ？タクから聞いたわよ。もう、顔の傷が増えてるじゃない。大丈夫？はい。僕は全然。むしろ、そろそろ慣れてしまいそうです。やめて。慣れないで。
They looked at each other and laughed.
でも、こうやって笑えるのも、皆さんがいてくれたからだと思います。僕一人じゃ抱えきれなかったかもしれません。水野ちゃん。
Meanwhile, I stood a few feet away, watching them. But something wasn't right. I just couldn't put my finger on what it was.
レイさん、両手怪我されたんですか？
At this, Ray shifted awkwardly.
ちょっとね、怪我しちゃって。
Most of his injuries were healing up nicely, but his hands were covered in fresh bandages all the way to his fingertips. It wasn't the mob that did it. It was probably Ray himself chewing his nails to the quick. This was a bad habit he fell into whenever he was stressed.
痛いんですか？うん、見た目が悪いから隠してるだけ。早く治してくださいね。ありがとう。
Was where the conversation petered out. Normally, Ray would have prepared a new topic in advance to prevent any awkward silence. But evidently, he wasn't back to his old self yet. Instead, Mizuno hastily spoke up.
そういえば、今日すごかったんですよ。ね、トワさん。あら、何がすごかったの？今日トワさんがクリシュノへ来てくれたんです。その時、中村くんがお客さんと少し揉めて、でもトワさんがうるさいって一喝したら、中村くんもお客さんも静かになっちゃって。
He giggled at the memory.
トワさんが帰ってから中村くん、ずっと機嫌が悪そうにブツブツ何か言ってました。僕なんか目に入ってない感じで。そんなことがあったのね。私もその場にいたかったわ。びっくりしましたけど、少し気分が晴れました。トワさんって本当は怖い人なんですか？実はすっごく喧嘩が強いとか、足が速いとか。
What does it matter?
そうよ。本当はすっごく怖くて喧嘩が強くて足が速いのよ。
Ray joked along. Mizuno laughed.
もしそれが全部本当だったらすごいですね。楽しいな。意外性があればあるほど物事は面白く感じるのよ。はい。
Then Ray's expression clouded over, and he looked at Mizuno.
水野ちゃん、私、あなたは本当にいい人だと思う。
See, the more that you try to sell me that he's a good person, the more suspicious you make him look.
だからこそ、こうも思うの。こんな町に住んでたら危ないんじゃないかって。それ、村瀬先生にも言われました。
Mizuno smiled stiffly.
昔から新興民にいるわけじゃないのよね。はい。この町へ来た理由は？無理には聞かないけど、もし話せるなら。
You know what? What brought you here, Ray? What's your reason? He hung his head for a moment, then looked back at Ray.
兄を探してるんです。
お兄さんを？
はい。兄はもともと素行が悪くて、学校でも暴れて問題になったり、事件を起こしたりして、家にもほとんどいなかったんですけど、なぜか弟の僕には目をかけてくれて、そんな兄の消息が3年前に途絶えたんです。それからずっと探してるんですけど、全然見つからなくて。
3 years? High chance he might be dead.
それで、もしかしたら新興海にいるんじゃないかって思って。こういう街なので、兄が好きそうだなって。
そうだったのね。でも、水野ちゃんもう2回もひどい目に遭ってるのよ。せめて誰かに相談するとか、一緒に探してもらうとかした方がいいんじゃないかしら。
そうですね。できれば自分で探したかったんですけど、それも考えてみます。
Mizuno smiled weakly, and Ray looked back at him with sympathy. Meanwhile, I thought long and hard about what felt so off to me. And then I realized something. Pulled my phone out of my pants pocket and swiftly sent a message to AJ. I found Kitty Hata. What was his name again? Kitty Hata. There we go. I found Kitty Hata. When it came time for Mizuno to head home, Ray asked me to walk with him, so the two of us left the clinic together.
今日はありがとうございました。村瀬先生にもお礼を伝えておいてください。
ああ。
Mizuno inclined his head and then looked at me intently.
聞いてもいいですか？
No. But you're gonna ask anyway. I looked over and waited for him to continue.
トワさんって、どうしてそんなに傷だらけなんですか？
まあ、半分は趣味だな。
趣味？ってことは、傷つくのが怖くないんですか？
ああ。
じゃあ、殴られたりするのも？
傷つくのと変わらないだろ。
トワさんも、誰かを傷つけたい人なんですか？
No. You don't think I'm not gonna find that sus when you say two? Sir? What do you mean by two?
どうだろうな。
I generally welcomed any pain inflicted on me, but I never really felt the urge to inflict it on someone else.
それじゃあ、最後の質問です。トワさんも、僕がこの町にいるのは反対ですか？
個人の自由だ。好きにすればいい。
ありがとうございました。たくさん質問しちゃってすみません。ここまででいいので、それじゃあ、また。
With a guilty smile, he bowed to me once more, then turned and walked off. As for me, I just stood there and let him go. That night, I got a message from AJ. In order to confirm whether an assault party was indeed happening tonight, we agreed to meet up near the deathmatch area. The borders of the deathmatch area weren't clearly marketed. The scenery and crime levels simply worsened the closer you got. It was a place I generally preferred to avoid. If you went wandering in, you get challenged to a fight or a duel or whatever. If it was a real balls to the wall brawl, that'd be one thing. But these deathmatch fighters were after something different. That's why I never took part in their reindeer game. Did you really have to add reindeer? Did you? in the deathmatch area's trademark dusty, decaying scent, I arrived outside the building that AG indicated. Speed up time was just minutes away. Leaning against the shutter door, I lit a cigarette and took a drag. A short time later, I heard the sound of footsteps, echoing through the empty building. Whoever it was, they were fast approaching. Cigarette between my lips, I straightened up and leaned in the direction of the sound. Beneath the street lamps, I could see someone running full speed, shoulders heaving. Oh no! It was AG, and he was dyed scarlet. I don't mean his smoke either. His face glistened red like someone had dabbed it with paint.
Towa-san!
Oh no! Who hurt my baby? Oh, I gotta fight! He called my name through gasps, and when he reached me, he doubled over. Blood and sweat dripped from his chin as he struggled to catch his breath.
お前、襲われたのか?
Still wheezing, AG looked up. Who hurt him? His bangs were soaked, and blood trickled from his scalp, glinting darkly. He looked like he'd suffered a head injury.
今夜、例の暴行グループを捕まえるつもりで小太郎さんとまゆさんと一緒に来たんです。けど、二人と離れてた時にいきなり襲われて、そいつらが例のグループだったのかはわからないんですけど、今小太郎さんとまゆさんが追いかけてます。襲われた時に携帯を落としちゃってトワさんに連絡できなかったんです。それでとにかくトワさんを探さなきゃと思って、今から小太郎さんたちと合流しましょう。
Listen, I'm ready to fight whoever hurt him. You don't touch them three. You don't touch my boys. He turned and started to run, but lost his balance. Reflexively, I reached out and caught him by the arm.
すみません、めまいがして。
後でタクに見てもらえよ。
こういう時、知り合いが病院やってると便利ですよね。
Yeah, definitely. His bloody lips curled in a smile.
小太郎たちがどこにいるのか案内しろ。
わかりました。
I slid an arm around him to keep him upright, and together the two of us headed into the deathmatch area. As AG directed me through the street, we started to hear shouting and punching sounds. Ahead, the people were standing with their backs turned to us. It was Kotaro and Mayu. Beyond them, a group of men lay on the concrete, writhing in pain. All of them were wearing black.
Kotaro-san! Mayu-san!
At AG's voice, the two slowly turned.
Oh, AG. Towa wa ita ka?
Oh, エイジ顔真っ赤ウケるね
Grinning, Mayu pulled his lollipop out of his mouth and used it to point Eiji.
こいつらが例のグループなのか?
I walked up next to Kotaro and Mayu and looked down at the men in black. Frowning, Kotaro tilted his head and scratched his chin.
エイジを襲ったのはこいつらだし、事件も何回か起こしてるようだが、パーティーやってる奴らとは違うっぽいな。雑魚が集まった雑魚による雑魚だらけの雑魚グループだ。
小太郎、雑魚雑魚言い過ぎよ。
いわゆる模倣犯ってやつだ。ネットで集まった雑魚の寄せ集め。ま、いろいろ聞きたいことはあるから連れて行くけどな。
もちろん、ひどいお仕置き付きでね。
As I supported his weight, Eiji sighed and slumped his shoulders.
なんだ、外れってことは僕、ただの殴られ損じゃないですか。やだな、も
う。ダクダク血出てるよ。鉄舐めようね、鉄。
は？
ねえ、ここにいる意味ないならもう帰りましょうよ。痛いし早く寝たいんで。
そうだな。そうすっか。ほら、立て。
Otto and Mayu kicked each of the men in turn, forcing them onto their feet.
トワさん、今回は失敗ってことで無駄足を踏ませてしまってすみません。せめてものお詫びにクリニックまで送らせてください。
At this, I shook my head slowly.
いや、いい。
でも、
そんな状態で送るって言われてもな。
まあ、そうですよね。
Wait, can Eiji fight? I mean, can he at least put up like a little bit of fight? Like he's not just gonna sit there and like cower behind somebody. Because I know they like doubted him for like his basically his intelligence and his hacking and whatnot skills. He looked down at his blood-splattered clothes and smiled stiffly.
そんじゃ、またなとは。
Bye-bye.
バイ。おやすみ。
Otaro set off first, followed by the group of men in black. Mayu and Eiji took up the rear, loading them along like a couple of sheepdogs. After the procession vanished into the night, I let out a breath. Eiji was right. I had completely wasted my time. Wherever there was a newsworthy crime, we were sure to find copycat criminals. The hapless children generation was born into a world without hopes or dreams. They turned to self-destructive behavior as an outlet for their despair. Monkey see, monkey do. These incidents were attracting a lot of attention by giving themselves a fancy name. But the injuries they inflicted were really nothing special. There was no longer anything to be gained by me being here, so I was ready to start walking home. Just then, the phone buzzed in my coat pocket. Pulled it out and found an email notif from whoever kept sending me the photos. They had posted. Ooh, hold on. They had pasted a URL in the body of the email, plus another file attachment. I opened the URL to find a map with a specific location marked. And then I checked the attachment and found another photo, this time of a guy I didn't recognize. On second thought, he vaguely familiar? He was vaguely familiar. I inspected the image more closely. No! He may be a jerk, but he didn't deserve that. Before I could get a better look at the photo, my phone buzzed again. This time, Taku was calling me.
とは、レイを知らないか?
Oh no.
そっちにいるんじゃないのか?
それがいないんだ。クリニック中を探したんだが、どこにもいない。携帯電話はベッドの脇に置きっぱなしだ。自宅にも電話してみたが出ない。ルーストにも行ってないらしい。それで、もしかしたらお前のところにいるんじゃないかと思って電話したんだが。
No, sir.
いや。
参ったな。レイはまだ万全な状態じゃない。それは本人も分かってるはずだ。なのに。
He sighed in frustration. The last time I saw Ray was a few hours ago, when Mizuno came to visit.
僕、レイさんの話を聞いて本当にびっくりして、しかもクリスマスパーティーの直後だなんて、神様は意地悪すぎます。
Okay, but that's sus though. Bro was like right after the Christmas party. How'd you know it was right after the Christmas party? Ain't nobody told you that?
Oi, どうした?
一旦切る。
I hung up and then reopened that email I just got. A marked location on a map, and a photo of Nakamura getting his ass kicked. As I was deciphering the exact location of the spot indicated on the map, I got a message from Eiji. He had an answer to the question I asked him a few hours ago. When I read it, my suspicions were instantly confirmed. If I went, perhaps I could see him. But it was at least a 30-minute walk from here. I stuffed my phone into my coat pocket and started walking. Alrighty. Does it matter where I go? You can't be too, can't be too cautious. Third time, huh?
やめろ。
Aw. Next time, though. He's like, hey, did you know? Nope, no time for that. Higurashi! Hey boy. I think it might be too late. Alright. Oh, the places just disappear. I mean, I kind of figured it was a central part, but I wanted to look at the other places first. See if there was anything. Eventually, I arrived at the park near the clinic. I came here at night every now and then, but tonight it was deserted. No sign that any kind of fight had happened here. Right as I was wondering whether I'd been pranked, my phone buzzed with another message from AAG. You said nobody named Mizuno works there? So that's not his real name. Got it. So they just posted an assault party notice. This time they included a location. He had included a URL with his message. I tapped it to find a familiar looking map. Oh, well, you're next. Right where I was already standing. Wah, wah, wah. Bam, bam, bam. There you go. Out of nowhere, an impact struck my skull and my vision dimmed. And then I felt the cold asphalt against my cheek and realized I had collapsed to the ground. A group of people surrounded me. And then everything went dark. I put a blindfold over my eyes and tied my hands together. Belatedly, my head started to throw up dully. Then someone grabbed my arm and hauled me up onto my feet. I could hear hushed voices and laughter in the darkness. Is this the group I was looking for? They pushed me into some cramped space, and then I heard a door shut and realized I was in a car. I couldn't see anything, and someone was holding onto both my arms, pinning me in place. All I could do was sit there and listen to the sound of the engine. few minutes later, the car slowly rolled to a stop. Rough hands pushed me out of the car, putting me blindly forward. Then someone gave me a hard shove, and I fell forward. I couldn't use my hands to brace myself, so my chin hit the ground hard. It tingled and went numb. Meanwhile, I could hear a deafening drone. With a blindfold, I could see blinding lights flashing intently. Then I heard the screams mixed in with the music. Right as I started to wonder if they'd taken me to some kind of concert, they suddenly removed the blindfold. For being in the dark for so long, bright flashing lights stabbed my eye like knives. Sensing, I slowly squinted. Then I pushed myself off the hard floor and looked around. Was this some kind of warehouse? It was a wide open space with only a few sources of light. I was up on the second floor. The colored lights flashed restlessly, repainting the concrete walls and ceiling in a garish rainbow. Forcing my legs to cooperate, I walked to the railing just ahead. Then I peered over the edge at what I could only assume was a rave happening down below. Under the light, some people danced wildly to the intense music, while others punched each other. Some cheered for the fighters, some yelped and screeched, some were doing the do, some were passed out on the floor. It was a surreal sight, to say the least. Everyone here looked like they were in their 20s, and none of them appeared to be fully lucid. Was this a drug party or something? I turned away from the blinding scenery below and scanned the second floor. Unlike the ground floor, it was quiet up here, and the lighting was much dimmer. Then I spotted people lying on the ground a short distance away. There were 3 of them, lying forgotten on the floor. One of them was most likely Nakamura, and one of the others was Ray. Then I remembered what Taku told me over the phone. Ray had disappeared from the medical ward, but if the clinic itself wasn't attacked, then he must have left the building of his own free will. Someone asked to meet with him? If so, then who? I walked up to him and checked to make sure he was breathing. Then I looked at the third person lying on the floor. Mizuno. He grunted, shook his head, and wheezed for breath. I fixed him with a cold, unfeeling gaze. This was my 3rd time encountering him. This time, I wasn't worried that he had been attacked. After all.
僕、レイさんの話を聞いて本当にびっくりして、しかもクリスマスパーティーの直後だなんて、神様は意地悪すぎます。
He was chatting with Ray in the medical ward. Something had felt off. How did Mizuno know that Ray was attacked right after the Christmas party? That detail was never announced publicly. Granted, he would know about the party since Ray had invited him, but to my knowledge, they hadn't spoken since. That's why I got suspicious and sent a message to AJ. Asked him to look into a Krishna employee by the name of Mizuno. Let me see. Works at Krishna. As it happens, I have a friend who works there. I'll ask him. How long will it take? Not too terribly long. I'm sure he'll get back to me in no time. Well, I talked to my friend who works at Krishna. He said nobody named Mizuno works there.
Okira. 茶番はやめろ、桐原。
Instantly, his labored breathing stopped, and he slowly sat up. He looked at me with empty eyes and smiled. Why'd you have to sound like that? Why? Mizuno, or rather Kirihara, let out a disappointed sigh. All traces of his wimpy persona were gone. Now he fixed me with a look that could only be described as arrogant and icy. As for his smoke, it was now bright orange with hints of red, the color of intense emotion like anger.
いつから気づいてたんですか？
変だと思ったのは昨日。今日お前がクリニックに来た時に確信した。レイがクリスマスパーティーの直後に襲われたことは一部の人間しか知らない。
誰かから聞いたって可能性は？
そんな話が聞けるほどお前がレイの周りの連中と親しいとは思えない。そもそも隠すつもりなんてなかったんだろ
う。This, he grinned in delight.
むしろ早く気づいてほしいって思ってました。
Then Kirihara was almost certainly the one who sent those emails to Euphoria. Just then, Rei began to stir. Smiling, Kirihara looked over at him.
おや、意外と早いお目覚めだったな。
何？ちょっと。ここ。何？
Grimacing, Rei looked around the area in confusion.
おはようございます、レイさん。
When he spotted Kirihara, his expression crumpled.
あんたが。俺が何ですか？
あんたが犯人なのね。
はい、そうです。
Apparently, Rei was on the same page as me. Perhaps that had something to do with why he left the clinic. Maybe Mizuno contacted him and offered to tell him the truth. Using both arms, Rei heaved himself up, fixing Kirihara with a glare as he struggled.
どうして襲ったの？
楽しいからに決まってるじゃないですか。
Kirihara answered as if the conclusion was self-evident.
じゃあ、あなたや私を狙った理由は何なのよ？
もともとはトワさんのことが気になってたんです。
He shot me a pointed look.
レイさんが怪我をしてた俺を見つけて、初めて村瀬先生のところへ連れて行った時、トワさん、上半身裸でしたよね。おそらく診察を受けてたんだと思うんですけど。
That night, Taku was checking up on the injuries I sustained during Hikuina's euphoric episode.
俺、トワさんの体の傷跡を見て興味を持ったんです。この人はもしかしたら俺
同類。
そう、同類。
A big smile on his face grew wider as he echoed my words.
新田さんを襲ったのは本当にただの偶然でした。レイさんの友達だったっていうのは後から知ったんです。次にレイさんを襲った理由はトワさんの次に俺のお気に入りだったからです。
何それ？あんたに気に入られると襲われるってわけ？
I mean, yeah, but that seems like what it is.
いえ、気に入らないから襲う時もありますよ。レイさんは昔いじめられてたことがあるって言ってたから、俺と同じだったから。ひょっとしたら殴られたかったんじゃないかなって思って。
What? Wait. You said, oh yeah, you said you were bullied in the past. So I thought, you know, you want somebody to. What? What? What kind of rational thinking is that? Wait, that's not even rational.
あと、レイさんってずるいから嫉妬もちょっとありました。
何言ってるの？あんた、おかしいわ。
But Kirihara ignored Ray's shock and kept talking.
俺、傷つけられたいんです。物理的に。殴られたり、蹴られたり、もっとひどいことされるのが好きなんです。トワさんは俺と同じなんですよね。体の傷跡を見ればわかります。
I didn't respond. Just stared blankly back at him, as you should.
レイさんに嫉妬したっていうのは、俺の同類であるトワさんと仲が良さそうだったからです。それでも、レイさんのことはお気に入りですけどね。本当は、この場所には俺のお気に入りナンバー1とナンバー2だけ連れてくるつもりだったんです。けど、さっき言った通り、気に入らないから襲っちゃったおまけもそこにいますよ。
He is drifted to the unconscious third victim.
お二人ともご存知、中村くんです。中村くんは小物のくせに生きがっちゃってうざいから軽く締めてやりました。
I'm sorry. Oh god. He walked up to Nakamura and rolled him over with the tip of his shoe.
中村くんって強そうなやつには絡まないのに、おとなしそうなやつ相手だと態度がでかくなるんですよね。見て、まあこんなのはついでなんでどうでもいいんですけど。
Damn. Told you an extra.
あんた最低ね。骨の髄まで腐ってる。
Not too long ago you were saying, I think you're a good person. Oh, how that aged poorly. Ray's voice was dripping with fury. Scandalized, Kirihara pointed at Nakamura.
僕、こいつにいじめられてたんですよ。仕返しをして何が悪いんです。因果応報ってやつでしょ。
新は偶然だって言ってたじゃない。私はともかく、新はあんたと何も関係ないでしょ。最低よ、最低。
As Ray screamed at him, Kirihara laughed.
まず大前提として、この世は弱肉強食です。襲われても返り討ちにすれば何の問題もないじゃないですか。
群れなきゃ何もできないガキが偉そうなこと言うんじゃないわよ。
負け犬がいくら吠えたところでね。所詮は後の祭りです。
Just then, a group of men dressed in black came running up the stairs to the second floor.
なあ、暇なんだけど。
The guy in front turned his heavy head to look at Kirihara. His heavy head? Huh? There were 6 of them in total, standing around like the drug-fueled rave downstairs didn't even faze them.
ここにいる奴ら、もうやっちゃってもいい？
ああ、いいよ。それじゃあ、こっちとそっちの2人をやって。
Oh. Kirihara jerked his chin at me and Ray, who had only just worked his way into an upright position. As he struggled to get to his feet, 3 of the men surrounded him. I mean, hey, I think you could take on 3. 3 men at one time. The other 3 circled around me with grins on their faces. I'll be okay. I looked at the men with disinterest. On Kirihara's signal, the men started their beatdown. Ugh. Ugh. Punched and kicked from every angle. collapsed to the floor. My hands tied, I couldn't even shield my head. But I was never planning to resist.
だよ抵抗しねえのかよ
My whole body was peppered with blows. Everything hurt. In between their fits of laughter, I could hear Ray grunting. But I couldn't see how he was doing. Honestly, I didn't really care if they beat the shit out of me. They could even kill me if they wanted to. But Ray... Ooh, that doesn't sound good. With every groan he made, I grew more and more irate. Finally, I caved to the impulse. Licking my tongue, I sucked in a breath.
つまんねえんだよ
I shouted at the top of my lungs. The men all froze. To provoke them, I spat the blood in my mouth onto the floor.
3人じゃ半端なんだよ下手くそ
Oh. Damn, Doa, you actually do care, don't you?
だと
へえ。
おい、こっち来いよ。
One of my assailants waved over the three that were attacking Ray. Ray croaked in a hoarse voice, then closed his eyes and fell still. Passed out, if I had to guess.
どうせなら殺す気でやれ
本当に死んでも知らねえからな
やってみろよやれるもんならな
こいつ
Fueled by murderous rage, the men resumed their beatdown. The onslaught was now even more intense, and I gritted my teeth. Don't bite your tongue. Physically, I could feel the pain, but it didn't bother me. Mentally, I was completely detached. Before long, my body started to go numb, and the blows didn't do much for me except make bright lights pop behind my eyelids. I could still hear the explosive music, and see the wildly flashing lights. Every impact jostled my brain, the pain devouring me straight down to the bone. A bittersweet taste of copper pooled in my mouth. As my whole body writhed in agony, I thought I felt someone's gaze on me, so I forced my puffy eyelid open. A pair of feverish eyes stared at my back. But the rest of his face was devoid of all emotion. It was Kirihara. Drooling blood, I looked back at him and fixed him with a scarlet smile. I slowly formed each syllable with my lips, galling to him.
もういい
Without breaking eye contact, he addressed the violent mob. But they were so worked up, they didn't seem to hear him.
もういいって言ってんだろ
He raised his voice and stormed over. Then he grabbed one of the men by the back of the neck and decked him. Sorry. He punched each one of them, in turn. Grumbling, they all filed downstairs. After the tornado of violence was gone, I looked at Kirihara, my shoulders heaving. As I gasped for breath, blood and saliva trickled out of my open mouth and down my chin. walked right up to me and crouched down to my eye level. Then he smiled broadly.
やっぱりあんた俺と同じだ。ねえ、俺の絵描いてよ。描いて俺の絵。
I gazed back into his mirthless eyes.
嫌だと言ったら
ダメ、許さない。描いて。描いてよ。
He answered instantly, as if he had prepared his lines in advance. Wait, where did my voice go? Personally, I wasn't actually opposed to it. If anything, I was mildly interested. I wanted to learn about him, about his dark desires.
じゃあまずは話を聞かなきゃな。お前の話を。
話？そんなの絵を描くのに必要あんの？
大ありだ。
If you really want to be painted, answer his questions. He narrowed his eyes.
いいよ。描いてくれるなら何でも話す。
He pulled the box cutter out of his pants pocket and severed the zip tie binding my hands.
さあ、早く始めてよ。
Write down. I knew Toa had a good figure, but
お前の欲望を
you know.
見せろ。
何でもいいから早く。
Okay, that's the only thing, okay. And what is our target this time? Euphoria. Okay. He's already in a pretty good mood though, that's good.
まあそうだな。ああ。
He doesn't look flustered, he's snickering at me. Ah. Wait, does he have braces? Oh, dang it. No.
ポジティブに。そうだな。
うまかっただろう。
Bro, that's creepy.
で、
勝手にやってたんだよ。
I said just play along.
Positive.
It's gotten us this far.
あそこは吐きだめだ。
I should try to put him a little. Don't backfire on me, please.
なるほどな。
ああ。
Backfired. No.
そういえば。
ああ、そうだよ。
I don't think he is. I guess I'll make a
ネガ
joke.
ティブに。ふん。
ああ。
Oh no. No, he regressed.
何？
ポジティブに。
Wait, what is wait?
面白い。
Okay, saved it. What should you try next? I don't know. Right, since we're doing pretty well, and I don't want to have to do it over. Actually, you know what I could have done? Save it over this. I literally could have just done that. I can delete this. I like that they have it all in like one spot though. Most games don't do that.
話を聞いてよ。
よし。悪くなかった。
Alright, that was a pretty good one.
なあ。だからさ。
So it's about your brother. No.
おい。
まだだ。
冗談だろ。
Yes, he does. Negotiate.
ネガティブ。いいか。
あっそ。
I mean, I kinda have to. Yeah.
俺は傷つけられたいんだ。
桐原。
ああ。本当に欲しいのは。
You know what? Him.
いいか。
Oh, that's. Ooh.
まあそうだな。だからさ。
ポジティブ。なるほど。
そうだよ。
What I mean, we're pretty much done, so I can afford a few mistakes. Not a few, like one mistake.
あ
あ Okay, I'm sorry.
そうだな。ああ。兄さん。
Nope.
ポジティブ。
Just go.
へえ。
Oh god. I'm making more and more mistakes. Off-handed, maybe.
ポジティブ。
I'm trying my best here. Oh god. That was awful. No, I've already made it worse. I don't even know what either entails. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to start this all over, aren't I? No, don't do this to me. Damn it, Toa. Why do you do this to me? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna fail this. Jeez.
ネガティブ。どうする？
ダメ。
Okay. Because that was gonna be the difference between us. Making it or feeling it. Oh. No. 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 Yes, this one. Oh, it's like the only one that fits them. Yeah. It's literally the only one that fits.
俺とお前が同類だってのか。
そうだ。俺とあんたは同類なんだ。あんたは俺と似てる。だから俺の気持ちがよくわかるだろ？わかるよな。
ああ、全部わかった。もう十分だ。
ああ、そうだ。そうなんだよ。もういいか？我慢できねえ。
Well. I'm sorry, that's all I could say. Like, what else am I supposed to say? Like, damn. It's like, yeah, every time I would, like, you know, scream and cry because, you know, it hurt. My brother became happier, and I'm like, oh, and you, I can't. As he spoke, Kirihara's breathing grew uneven, and he clutched at his chest like he was reliving the memories all over again.
これでわかっただろ？俺は暴力が欲しい。兄貴から与えられた意識が吹っ飛ぶほどの圧倒的な暴力が。兄貴は自分が暴力を振るってる動画を撮影するのが趣味だった。兄貴がいなくなった後、兄貴のパソコンからそういう動画が山のように出てきた。その中にはもちろん俺が殴られてるやつもあって、他にもたくさんあった。殴るだけじゃなく、蹴ったり切ったり刺したり。ああ、思い出すだけでゾクゾクする。誰に侵されても殴られても兄貴には遠く及ばなかった。もっともっと本当に息の根が止まるくらいのその寸前のギリギリの痛みが欲しいんだ。誰もできなかったけど、きっとあんたならわかるんだろ？俺の気持ちが。あんたにはわかってるんだ。だからなあ。
Okay. Kirihara dropped to his hands and knees and then looked up at me. His cheeks were flushed and his eyes were damp with emotion. I understood full well what he was looking for. Admittedly, it did resemble my own desires. But the critical difference was that Kirihara used violence as a means to connect with his brother. Now that his brother was gone, Violence was the only thing he had left. Nevertheless, it was more than enough inspiration for a painting. I'm curious to see what he paints. What it's gonna be. I slowly rose to my feet and coldly stared down at Kirihara on all fours. Ooh. Then, out of nowhere, I grabbed a fistful of his hair and slammed him down. He hit the floor, and then I kicked him in the jaw as hard as I could. Ooh. With a pained yelp, he fell onto his back. I started to straddle him. Gritting his teeth, he swung his fist at me. Crazy. They're both crazy. He connected with my cheek, knocking me over, and he took that opportunity to get up and push me down. Ooh, ooh, ooh. He straddled me and punched me a second time, and a third.
ほら、どうしたよ、ほら、ほら、俺を失望させんな。
Punched my face with each of his fists in turn, grinning gleefully. His eyes were wide with excitement as he beat me with no hesitation. Come on, Towa. Come on. Use that Yakuza training. As he punched me, I lay perfectly still. But I no longer felt the pain, just burning and tingling. When he realized I wasn't going to fight back, he came to a stop.
What?
He scowled bitterly down at me, then grabbed me by the shirt.
俺を楽しませてくれるんじゃなかったのかよ。なあ、失望させんなよ、おい。
He yanked my collar down. Okay. I ran his warm tongue over the score on my collarbone and pressed a hand to my neck. And then he squeezed like he was trying to crush my windpipe. I struggled to breathe.
どうした？かかってこいよ。
As he choked me with one hand, he pulled the other into a fist injury bag. But right before he swung it down, I grabbed the wrist at my throat with both hands and slammed my knee into his gut. He had let his guard down, and it knocked the wind out of him. I kicked his stomach a few more times, then crawled out from under his limp body. Choking and gasping for breath, I slowly heaved myself to my feet. I spat out the blood pooled in my mouth. Then before Kirihara could recover, I grabbed him by the collar and yanked him up. Ooh. We glared at each other point blank for a long moment, and then I decked him as hard as I could. When he hit the ground, I straddled his torso and started wailing on him, just like he had done to me, except harder. In a blink, his cheeks swelled purple, and blood painted his gritted teeth scarlet. I watched it all from a detached perspective as I continued my onslaught. Then I noticed a change in Kirihara's reactions. With his brow furrowed deeply, his wet, bloody lips curled in a delighted smile. His groans turned to laughter as he coughed up blood and saliva.
待ってた。こういうのためらわず怖がらずに全力で殴ってくれるやつをずっと 兄さんみたいなやつを待ってたんだ。
He grabbed my arm and leg, clutching at the fabric like he was clinging to me.
もっと殴ってほしい。もっと本気で。もっと。
Hit me, baby, one more time, eh? I couldn't help but find it ever so slightly thrilling. I understood his desire. Even if what we truly wanted wasn't quite the same, I could relate to his hunger for pure violence. I raised my fist and punched him again and again. Before long, I felt something hard press. You almost got me. You almost got me. Kirihara was aroused by the beatdown.
もっと殴ってくれ。お願いだ。もっと。
Hold on. I'm trying to get a sense of positioning. I don't think I can right now. Boldly swung my fists, mercilessly pummeling his swollen, bloody smile. Oh. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna block this off. He spasmed with every punch, blood and whimpers abounding, and likewise his thirst encouraged my— Damn it. The stench of blood, rising heat, the feel of his skin, flesh, and bones against my knuckles. With every creak, something akin to pleasure went down my spine. It zapped me like electricity and made me gasp. Two of you, you need therapy! Granted, everybody in this game needs therapy, but— God, why? His face was so swollen, I could scarcely recognize him. Laughing, he started to sit up. But I didn't stop him. Instead, I let him pin me down. His monstrously disfigured face stared back at me.
今度は俺の番。あんたも好きなんだろう。
After a teasing whisper, he raised his shaking fist. Yeah. Yeah, no. He punched me again and again. No. No. It's weird. They're not doing it, guys. They're not. They're just weirdos. He leaned his head back and laughed. With every punch, the blood on his fist splattered everywhere. He smiled at me, his lips painted in glossy blood, and then he grabbed me by the collar and flopped down beside me, pulling me onto him. Like lovers, we embraced each other, gazing into each other's eyes.
さあ、またそっちの番だ。もっとくれよ。俺の気が済むまで、俺が死ぬまで、死んでも構わないから。
Listening to our labored breathing, and yeah, lethargically. I heaved myself up and crawled onto him. In addition to the unrelenting migraine, my vision was shaky and unfocused. When I tilted my head down, blood from my face dripped onto Kirihara's. I balled one hand into a fist, slowly raised it up. Meanwhile, he watched me gleefully like a kid on Christmas. It must have looked so bizarre to an outside observer. A guy with a bruised, swollen face eager for more punishment. My stomach tightened, and I clenched my fists until my knuckles went white. And then I brought my fist straight down.
Nisa.
Brother. At last, I got to feel the way your violence always made me feel one last time. I'm so happy, brother. I'm euphoric. Damn, did you kill him? The first thing I felt was an intense headache. I tried to open my eye, but it was weighed down heavily. Oh, so they're still there. With all my strength, I forced it open. Groaning, I tried to get up. My body was in too much pain to cooperate. Lying on my back, I rolled onto my side, then my stomach. When I looked up, I saw Kirihara lying right in front of me, covered in blood, his face swollen beyond recognition. But I could see his chest rising and falling, so he wasn't dead. Thank God. Then I looked around in search of Ray. Once I confirmed he was still lying in the same spot, I reached into my pants pocket. Hand shaking, I pulled out my phone and called Taku. I'm fading away. My voice left my lips in a hoarse whisper. It took everything I had to get the words out. I messaged him my current location. Yeah, I was about to say, bro better drop that phone. Then I quietly passed out. And that, everybody, is the end of chapter 2. Brother. Oh, brother. Okay, but I really want to know what actually happened to his brother, though. Did he, like, die, or did he do, like, what Towa suggested? Like, came to his senses and was like, oh, damn. This is bad. Delicious. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know why I'm laughing like that. Ah, it feels so good. Sound of breaking bones makes me shiver. Watch me. I'm begging. Please. Watch me. This is my ritual. Ow, that hurts. It hurts. I can't do this. I just can't. Chapter 3. Izumi Rei. Contradiction. Find the contradiction! I know, this is not Ace Attorney, but anytime I see contradiction, I just think of Ace Attorney. But, again, we do as we do, and we keep the chapters together. So, yes, that was chapter 2. Insane. Oh, so... Okay, this didn't happen before, did it? Oh, well, then again... Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, so I'm guessing that is Kirihara's picture? I might be able to get a better look at it. Actually, wait, hold on. Maybe we could get a better look at it. Oh. So it's mouths? Oh yeah, that was the entirety of chapter 2. I will say it was something. Thankfully not as crazy as Grace or Doctor. Yeah, actually, compared to those two, not that well. Okay, if I had to compare Ikuina to Kirihara, obviously Ikuina's is a little bit better, I guess. I mean, they're both really bad, but I don't know. Ain't no way they're actually getting turned on from that. Oh, this game is crazy, and yet I'm still playing it even after I finished my first playthrough. I will say this: I don't know if I'll do the other two. Well, I will, but I meant like in terms of like recording it. If you guys end up, you know, liking me going back and doing another route, then I'll probably do it, but if not, then I'll just do it on my own. So yeah, with that, thank you guys for watching the video. If you liked it, give the video a like. Subscribe to the channel, obviously, if you're not subscribed. Why haven't you? And yeah, that's pretty much it. I will see you guys for the next Soul Damage video. And I did not forget about Surizen the Lost Demon. I will probably be putting that video out before this one. I really hope I don't have to put another clown over me saying, it turns out I did the opposite. But yes, I have not forgotten about Surizen the Lost Demon. And now I can actually finally say goodbye.